For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating under petroleum mining leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but I've seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
You've tuned tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a lovely, lovely Monday morning, and we've got enough pack to keep you going. It was truly an exciting weekend, and it's a good start to the week. So thank you all for joining us this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
Most definitely a fantastic Monday morning it will be. Emeka Valentine's my name. Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen. How was your weekend?
Fantastic.
I'm always excited to see you, right?
I know. But good enough, I'm more excited to see you. Why? Because see, they say, a lady's charm has a way of making the environment more conducive.
Oh my goodness. All right. I don't want to talk more about that, but let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Starting off very quickly, Nigeria loses 225,000 barrels per day as Shell begins major maintenance on Bonga oil platform. That's one of the headlines this morning. Again, 27 states escaped economic collapse through Tinubu's reforms, and this is according to Idris. And of course, Tyler backs second Grammy win ahead of Nigerian artist. And finally, Madagascar lifts 16-year ban on new mining permits, excludes gold. Now, those are some of our headlines this morning. Of course, quite a number of things are, of course, making the headlines this morning, but these ones are the ones we'll be spotlighting this morning. Real quick, which of the stories catches your attention?
Most definitely, we're losing 225,000 barrels per day, SP, BPD per day. It's kind of worrisome. However, is it for a greater cause, for a greater meaning? Most definitely it is. I mean, we see companies like Shell that has, entrenched its exploration in Nigeria for a long time, right? Although they've had one or two shortcomings, they've had their issues surrounding, Ogoni issues in the past and a whole lot. So there's a long history before now. And this is not the first time we will see when there's a major overhaul or major issue surrounding maintenance, that the brunt will not be felt. It's not the first time. However, this is a huge margin, 225,000, barrels per day. Let's just hope that we are ready to, cushion the effect moving forward. And I realized during the weekend, the fuel price was a bit, wasn't really what we expected it was going to be. I know before now, last week, MRS filling station was selling at 730 something naira, I think. But all of a sudden, when I went to buy fuel, and my vehicle is a V8 engine, so I'm like, okay, 800 and something per liter. Every liter makes a huge difference. And of course, as in the spirit of management, I wouldn't want to buy my normal amount of fuel. I had to cut down. So
how many liters did you buy?
Well, considering the distance, I didn't need much fuel, so 20 liters was okay, compared to you wanting to buy 50 liters to fill up your tank. And it's not me saying that, okay, you're broke towards it. It's just you managing yourself, really. When situations becomes dire, you have to come up with some serious, plan to mitigate it. So that's what I think. I say to 225,000 barrels per day, is a shortcoming. However, is the maintenance important?
Yeah.
That's the question
That's
Nigerians ask.
really the big picture to look at. I mean, we talk a lot about aging oil fields, and many of the oil fields in Nigeria have been producing oil for the longest time, for donkey years. So certainly a need for major maintenance. So we might be losing 225,000 barrels per day, might be a whole lot, but then for the big picture, it's a good
and also, I mean, let's even look at it clearly. I think if that maintenance has to do with also cleaning the environment, it's very important. Like I said before, for the longest time, it has always been a point of dispute where, those from Ogoni, those from different areas who, are feeling this first-hand environmental degradation because of oil spillage. It's not a joke. You go, the farmers find it difficult to bring out anything any longer from the soil. There's this issue of suits around that area. Of course, what about those who are fishermen? They don't really, their livelihood as fishermen have been cut short because of those oil spillages. So I think if that maintenance also includes cleaning the environment, that would make sense. But 225,000 barrels, let's hope that we can survive it moving forward.
We'll certainly survive it. There's nothing we've never survived. Right. Another headline certainly catching my attention this morning will certainly be Tyler bagging second Grammy win ahead of course, our Nigerian artists. Now, we know Tyler is firstly, well done to all the artists who were nominated in this category, which was introduced in 2024. That's the Best African Music Performance. Now, we had Davido on that Davido on that nomination category. We had Burna Boy.
Right.
We had Iris Star as well with her song "Gimme That," Self and Wizkid on that song, and then we had Davido on with You, and of course Burna Boy with Love. Now those are some of the songs that were in that category. Of course, Ira Star with the song Push to Start. Now we know Ira is this pop sensation. It's undeniably, her talent is amazing, undeniable star power. So our songs certainly have the way of just catching everybody's attention and just being that TikTok sensation. So, and it goes beyond TikTok really. So it was a really tight one. So I did see Tyler getting this second Grammy win, and we're hoping that real soon, maybe next year or something, we see our Nigerian artists, maybe Burna. Let me not say Burna has clinched the award before. Maybe Davido. Some people think Davido was snubbed, but I don't think so. Really, I don't like
the
to
contrary, I
always
think
see
so.
things from that side.
I think, having dropped this wonderful album, Timeless, and how far he has come, I'm not saying that, he's a better artist than Tyler, but I think so far he has added a lot. What am I even saying? Let's be honest. I think when it comes to performance, give it to Davido. Really.
Yeah, give it to Davido. Ashake, give it to Burna.
And I dare say that he's a better off artist than her. Yes, on TV.
Well, I don't agree with that. Completely, I don't agree with
I agree
that.
to disagree.
Exactly. And it's good about on both sides of the divide, really. But I think there's one thing that people need to know about the Grammys is it's not our vote. So basically there's a Grammy voting committee. So if you don't have that relationship with them, at the end of the day, your songs might be charting. Yeah, so it's just what it is. So your songs might be making the rounds or whatnot, but then there has to be that, because those are the guys that are voting.
But how are we sure that it was done fairly?
Well, that's a question for another day. I think again we need to stop also like placing so much
objective in this matter.
Yes, but we also need to, the thing I think about awards are great, but I think we should not make them source of validation, because the moment we make them a source of validation, then it feels like anyone who hasn't gotten that award, then maybe they're not good enough. But let's remember that someone that is really iconic who has never won a Grammy is Nicki Minaj. And she's been there. Cardi came, and then Cardi got.
I'm not her fan, though.
So, yeah, you might not be, but the truth is, the categories where she's supposed to have won this Grammy, we've seen Cardi B come clinch the award. We saw Doechii recently. So if she's going to tie our worth or achievement to Grammys, then she will say she has not achieved, but she has achieved a lot. She's certainly one of the best. Like, she was a pioneer for all of these things that Cardi B and the likes are doing. They literally started copying and copying her style now, right? So I think Grammys are good, but we also need to not just
look at it as a final validation point.
Final point of validation that, until I win a Grammy, until we win an Oscar. Well done to them.
We agree. Speaking of which, Fela's family came out smiling all through.
Yeah, there's also another conversation around that one about the fact that Lifetime Award, which was given to Fela's family. Of course, Seun wasn't present at the event, and what's his name? Seun wasn't present, and one of the other sisters wasn't present. Made also wasn't present, but there have been conversations making the rounds on social media about the fact that why was that award given in the it wasn't given in the main on the main stage. So there are some of those awards that are not given on the main stage. So there have been conversations about the fact that why will Fela's Lifetime Award be one of those awards that will not be given on the main stage. Now, that's a conversation for another day. The thing with Grammys, all these awards and all of these things is there's going to be different stories,
different opinions
emerging. There's going to be conversations around people's outfit. There's going to be conversations around who was snubbed. There's going to be conversations around, this person, how they put certain people, Africans, in different categories just because they know that if how Nigerians, if a Nigerian is on one category, is that category, it would definitely get people's attention. So there's conversation about the fact that maybe this is some sort of tokenism, where they just put an African because they just want a buzz on it, but they know that the person that they are going to give is someone else. They've talked about that for the Oscars as well. Yeah, that we have the likes of this is my amazing woman, the likes of Taraji, Angela Bassett, you know, on different categories that certainly the black communities would gain attention. Like then there's a lot of buzz around it, but it's just the buzz they want. At the end of the day, they're going to give a white person. So it's all of those conversations.
Well, again, really at the end of the day, it just makes everyone who is, and I'm speaking for the African community now. I mean, I'm not being apologetic about it, but truth be told, it just makes you understand that as Africans, Africa needs to wake up to now say, the time has come when we don't have to peg our growth or look at it as a point of arrival or reference by hoping that, you know, those who organize or those who come with the final word in the Grammys will validate it. I think we need to begin to understand that, look, truth be told, let us not begin to invite the world. We begin to find a way to look, we're going to validate you guys also. But for that to happen, it's an in-depth conversation. You know, economically, you know, the point where we find ourselves right now.
We're not going to do awards and then there's no light and all of those things that happen.
But it's not that. There are some certain countries, and I'm not speaking only for Nigeria, I speak for all countries in Africa. There are certain countries that have 24 hours power supply, who can actually host this thing and then give the different name and set us on the pedestrian where we say, you validate us, we also validate you too. And I'm speaking strongly as an African, strongly as a Nigerian. It comes to a point where you know that you cannot allow your narrative to be, you know, decided by some people who have never been to Africa before. You can't just sit back and allow a whole barrage of people, wonderful, great, well, more than 1.something billion, if not more than that, you know, in Africa. Africa is a continent strong when it comes to a lot of other stuff. Football, that's us, we're good at that. A lot of things the Africans are known for. I'm not saying that we are all positive, we have some negative area too, but hey, same with every other part of the world. However, it is time. Africa, this is your time. Let us begin to say, what will we come together as one and stop being divided to now say, let us create this particular platform that can also stand the test of time and key into this creative world. So this way, the rest of the world can now say, oh, I am big because Africa gave me this platform. That should be the final grill.
Absolutely. Well, you've said it and put it together nicely. We'll take a quick break right now. We'll be back for the newspaper review in just a moment. Do stay with us.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate, but the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper: how leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology, but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders. but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're still watching the Business Day Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. Of course, this is the newspaper review segment. I remain Elizabeth Musa. And of course, with us in the studio this morning is our in-house analyst, Mohammed Akonji, who seems really excited.
Thank you very much. How was the weekend?
It was okay. How was yours?
It's bad. See you again. Nice.
You know, I'm going to say that these people's, handshake thing, because I know that you're because of your religion, you don't shake ladies, right? Right? I'm right, right? Because this disparity.
Are you getting jealous?
No, I'm not. There's just like every morning, maybe you have to do you guys chop knuckle?
Oh yes, we do that. It's part
I don't understand. Do you chop fist bump to a lady?
She wants a chop knuckle.
Do you fist bump to a lady at least? You can do that. Maybe we should be doing that. Anyway, I was just,
Thank you.
okay, that's cool.
Everything was very good. I think I woke up this morning, I was really impressed with some of the things I saw, the highlight of the 67th Grammy Award. I'm sure you've spoken about it, and that was quite good. But I think maybe behind the scene, I was actually telling you, for the best African music performance, I was actually rooting for a particular one. I don't think I mentioned it here.
Sure, you can.
Davido. I was actually
They have said it.
I felt the Love Man Boy was actually out of this world. Or I have a star. Those are the two, so give me love with Whiskey.
Yeah.
I thought they should anyway. So when I woke up and I saw that it was Tyler again, this is the second time she won it in 3 years. That's the category. Remember 2 years ago when it started. This is the third category of best African music performance. So last year was Thames. The 2023 edition was her. 2024, sorry.
2024 was when it started. It was introduced.
So, but maybe a global album. I look at that as well. I think Burna Boy's No Sign of Weakness was also shortlisted.
Yeah, sure.
There are a lot of songs there that are not really that hits. People lost that. But maybe what was the highlight for me was the album of the year, Bad Bunny. You know, that's the first time a music that was full of everything was Spanish from A to Z. For the first time in 67 years of Grammy, will be winning the best album of the year. Because there are 4 categories: the recording, the best album, the song of the year. But I was actually able to put my cap for him because Bad Bunny signed the whole of that track. The whole of the album was in Mexico, was in Spanish, everything. So for the first time in this tree of Grammys, we have a music or an album that was all full of Spanish.
I thought that was really interesting.
That was interesting. And I think the song of the year as well, Billie Eilish, that's also my girl. I think amazing.
She's our girl.
I love that.
And I like her speech. I also like the speech.
All of them you know, about the actually able to take it to Trump to tell him ICE has to go. Immigration and custom enforcement is causing a lot of problems for Americans. And all of them, you even see their lapel when they were actually on the red carpet. They were there. Because I remember I watched it about 11 before I went to bed. When they woke up around 3 a.m., I started going back to see what was happening. And then so you see that a lot of them are actually able to come down on ICE crackdown to say, Trump, this is not supported. So you see music standing tall, you know, for people who are actually struggling, people who are actually hustling to be able to make ends meet in the US, and you're cracking down on them. We saw what happened in Minneapolis. 2 people have been killed in Minneapolis as a result of ICE crackdown. And so you see music standing up for them yesterday to say, no, this is not what we are going to be able to do.
And
there was actually a lot of glamour.
And on the contrary, you see what Cardi B is doing.
Cardi B, okay.
What is she doing?
I mean, we see that she's busy rooting for.
No, it's Cardi B.
Nicki Minaj.
Nicki Minaj wasn't there yesterday.
She wasn't. Because she's been snubbed by the Grammys for a long time, so she's not really a Grammy. She doesn't a Grammy participant as such.
I see her anyway because she's actually been waiting for Trump.
And that's the thing.
But I think it was
Nicki Minaj. Yes, that's true.
Nicki Minaj, that's the person. Cardi B. The March 15. Maybe that's the next one. Which is when we're going to do the Oscars. We'll the movies by then.
I'm not looking forward to the Oscars. I think the Oscars have the Oscars have this
all around it.
Like it's on another level. No, Grammy's Oscar, but then Oscar is on another level because it's actors and all of that. It's crazy. I think these days, people are beginning to see like with the Grammys, like people are beginning to look at the Grammys. Yeah, they still have that pool, but these days, because of when you see the people that get snubbed, you know, look at myself and Val were talking about it just before you came on. Look at the like of Nicki Minaj never winning a Grammy. Think about it. For a path that she literally created, and you've seen Cardi B winning it. You saw Doechii that just came from nowhere. So the Grammy is beginning to lose that. It's significant.
I think it's a cabal that's behind that Grammy. It's choosing who they want and who they don't.
Maybe I don't fully agree with Liz. I partly agree in terms of you know, maybe this cabal has been able to mention. But I still feel that because yesterday I was trying to be able to get a whiff of what is the whole audience like, you know, actually to be able to tune in. Because I know there was a time, I think it was even a Grammy that what's it called? Kanye West came out, right? When at the time we actually giving it to Taylor Swift. Remember that time? It was there he came out to say, no, this award does not go to. I mean, he actually able to make a mess of himself at the time. Maybe about 10 years ago or thereabout when Kanye West came out and say, why every time that I was able to give this award to Taylor Swift? It should have gone to Beyonce at the time. And so there were those issues. People, I remember Weekend at the time too. The Weekend decided to be able to boycott it as well. But I don't think it's because it's human that it's there. They always be this, they are biased towards me. They don't want to give me the award. They don't want to be able to do that. Have I not done enough at the time? Because when you have the litany of artists that have not won the award, they're quite a lot of them as well.
I know, but Missy Elliott that had that. So back in the day, when you talk about female rappers, they were also they had to give a little bit of this masculine this thing, but
They are dressing. You see them.
Nikki came and started something that nobody was doing, you know, with the old pink Barbados, and then she's like, you have more ladies liking rap, and then Cardi comes, starts the exact same style, and then but anyway, we can't dwell on this for a long time. We have to see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning on Business Day paper. The big story here says Nigeria's rusty affair with Ajaokuta still leaves billions wasted. That continues on page 31 of the paper. It looks like today it's a lot in the oil and gas power sector and all that. Then, still on page 30, and on page 30 it says oil revenue reels as NNPC remittance to FAFC drops by 86%. Zero dividend in 1 year. And on page A5 says one-off loan loss weighs on Nigeria's oldest bank's earnings. Those are some of our headlines this morning on the front page of the Business Day paper. I'm sure you have a lot to say.
Oh yes, maybe I can look at the time at the same time. So I think I will be able to start with the oil revenue because of time. Yeah. So the president will acknowledge in August that we have been able to meet our non-oil revenue target.
Right.
But unfortunately, our oil revenue we couldn't be able to meet it. In fact, as of January, from the Ministry of Finance, we've just been able to meet 75% of our oil revenue expectations from last year. And that's not unconnected to a lot of things. There's global uncertainty. Don't forget what's actually happening around Israel-Ukraine was a factor. The Israel-Ukraine war, Russia-Ukraine war was a factor. The America-Iran war that happened in June as well, when some of their nuclear sites were actually attacked. So oil prices suffered to be able to go beyond $70, and that affected us. If you remember very well, the budget for last year was predicated on the assumption that we'll be selling a barrel of oil for $75 per barrel. But throughout the year, other than maybe the first 2 months of the year, when the oil was doing $75, there was no time throughout the year that the oil was actually able to inch above $70. It's around $68, $66, and that affected our oil receipts. That was actually the problem that we had last year. But it's not only us anyway. So as a result, the government attempted to be able to diversify to see what can we do about other sources. One of the diversification is through taxes as well that we've seen, and they are doing that at the moment. But we expect that, remember, on Friday, the National Assembly promised to be able to pass the budget by 2026, by March 17, March 17, 2026, to pass the 2026 budget. So hopefully by then, we'd have been able to meet up our oil revenue target. So it's affecting the government in that regard. And that's why the government has to be able to embark on some borrowings and also be able to move some of the innovative measures to be able to bring in taxes into it as well. Of course, it's no doubt about that. Oil revenue was significantly impacted because of that. And the government took cognizance of that for the next budget to ensure that we are not over ambitious about our assumptions. So for this year, the budget is actually predicated on $70 per barrel, $60 to $70 we are going to sell. So if it goes above that, we have like an excess account that it goes to. If it goes below, there's a buffer for us to be able to checkmate that. I think the other one I have there that I was supposed to talk about was one of loans. I think
real quick so we can move to Vanguard.
It's the Ajaokuta I want to talk about actually. I mean, and that's one of our strategic national assets. You can imagine the contribution of steel to global production volume, the global production pattern. But you've seen that this Ajaokuta steel since 1979 has actually remained at the dojo, despite all the amount pumped into it. This is part of the despicable, or part of the melancholic history of the nation. Just like in power as well. Look at power. The amount of money we have pumped into it. Ajaokuta too has got like a white elephant project that the government has not been able to crack. And until we crack it as well, this is actually be a strategic national asset, as I mentioned. And that's why we'll be able to read that, you see. So the rusty affair of this, despite the amount of money, we have the Ministry of Steel and Development. What are they doing? Attempts have been made to revamp it. They've invited the people, the original people were from Russia. They've invited them, they've come around. Maybe there's lack of political will. There is still something that we needed to be able to know. And that's why the story from Abubakar Ibrahim, I think, shed more light on that. To see what is actually the cause of us not getting the optimal benefit that we're supposed to be able to get from this premier steel industry that we have.
Right. Let's see what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning.
All right, jumping from Ajaokuta steel, we hopefully we will see a rise from we will see a Lazarus effect on it, because about time really.
We have to say it. I think
speaking about Lazarus effect, we have businesses buckle under debt as defaults push bad loans to 21.2 trillion naira. How does that make
But
you
that's what
feel?
I was able to connect it to one of the stories Liz read about one of the Nigeria's oldest banks. They're talking about how bad loans has eaten deep into their end. And what do people do? Well, that's the question. People just take advantage of other people's money. But bad loan is simply giving loans to customers without due diligence. Oh, that is my
due
friend.
process and everything.
And because we meet at a Koi club on a daily basis, or because we
You
jump
just
together,
assume that
and then
I
just
can
go to
pay-
my MD
pay off my
and
loan.
go and- or just go and meet the MD, they'll give you loan. Without doing due diligence, can he be able, does he have the appetite to take this loan
At the moment.
At the moment. So there are a lot of, what they call the Nigeria's paddy things. It happens in the banking system. But the question is, it's not their own money.
Banking.
Yeah, that's what it costs us.
Isn't that what liquidates bank?
That's it,
Banks?
liquidates.
But that's it.
But that's the problem. We're talking about bad loans now.
That's what happened to Heritage Bank.
Without what's happened to Heritage Bank. That's what happened to some of those banks, because you just feel like this is my friend. We meet very well. She has the capacity to pay, that she will pay. Just go and meet the MD. Is that clear now? I don't want to be asked. Let us do due diligence. We want to give her 1 billion. Can she be able to pay this back?
Such instruments.
Collaterals for the. Don't worry about that. She's the friend of the house. She's the friend of the house. And everybody just be able to be like that's maybe a share of national cake. That is what has accounted for about 21 trillion in the banking system. Interest rate, by that interest now coming, I can't pay this amount back.
At the end of the day, CBN suffers.
So it's not the bank itself, it's the bank. Because when you put to look at that, yes, interest rate, foreign exchange, those play their own dynamics. Those are macroeconomic shocks that play a role as well. But there are other things about bad loans, about toxic loans, but that's what we call them in finance. They're toxic loans because they are loans that will cripple the bank. They're toxic. They're going to cripple it. So a lot of banks engage in that. If you look at the bank history, you see that in 2010, all these Intercontinental Bank, Oceanic Bank, that's what killed them. If you know those days, I know you know about the Intercontinental Bank, you know about Oceanic Bank, where are they today? This is actually the central point of what killed them. And Liz mentioned the Heritage Bank as well.
They're now bank of a cemetery.
Of cemetery now. And then people money just go into the doldrum. The question there is, if it is truly these people, because they're just other people's money, that's why they could take advantage of that. If it's the money that they work for themselves, could they do that?
Question mark.
Maybe they won't do that. They won't. They just feel like, how much do we have in the banking system? Oh my God, this is the amount of money we have in trillions. Give loans to this person. So bad loans, because they are just loans that you give without collateral, loans that you give without due diligence. A lot of banks do that, but the problem is it's going to create a bank run, a bank distress. Is what you're saying, and that's what I think the expose Vanguard did today to ensure businesses are buckling. A lot of them are buckling because the defaulted actually be able to pay the loans back.
But 21.2 trillion is a lot of money.
I'm sure that's the analysis they've done. Maybe they look at the financial statement of those banks and had everything together. Is that what amounted to? That's actually a very good expose of Vanguard to ensure that this is the problem that we need to look at. You can be able to see the image of the CBN governor and the CEO of SEC. What's his name again? Mr. Galade, CEO, talking about Amcon CEO. So Amcon is the one liquidating the banks, Galade. They are the one with the banks suffer the problem. They are the people you will go to pay back
to
the
liquidate
money.
your assets.
Liquidate your assets.
Yeah.
Before we jump ahead,
other headlines.
Okay, let's just follow through this right. It says high interest rates, right? Exactly. Shocks the factor. End of COVID.
COVID is a factor.
But then again, it goes ahead to say, look, the forbearance trigger spike in corporate loan failures.
Appearances, and that's where the party things happen. You have to say, let us be able to give them more time, right? For the business to be able to fold up. Forbearance is a term in finance. Okay, go on.
On a lighter note, do you know any of your friends that we can do party?
Oh,
I don't know. Right.
But for me, just to speak real quick on the high interest, I think one of the reasons why some people will always discourage taking loans from bank is because of this interest thing. Because at the end of the day, it seems like you're now running your business for the bank because the interest keeps going up. So say I'm just giving a hypothetical figure. So you take a loan of 300 million naira, and then the interest rate on it is about 7%. So then looking at it, like at the end of the day, you're paying for loan. Like it doesn't make sense. And that's why many businesses would rather go to I wouldn't say bootstrapping for something like a bank, but they'll just maybe try to find a way to
with family and friends.
Family and friends for banks is I think that's for a startup, but they'll want to maybe do equity or something. So that way.
So you know what I'm saying is, the banks actually, don't forget, the primary purpose of bank is to be able to advance this facility, especially to businesses in the real sector. That's what they do. Today in Nigeria, we're expecting the next MPC meeting will happen on February ending. MPC meeting is February 23rd. But the question there is, It's 27%, just like you've said. But all of them,
27%?
Yeah, that's NPR now from Central Bank. So 27% is the rate. It's asymmetric corridor. Central Bank will announce it. So at the end of last year was 27%. So the first meeting of CBN this week, this year called the MPC, Monetary Policy Committee, is holding on the 23rd and 24th of February, when they're going to be able to make another announcement. Maybe they will go down or they will go up because of inflation. Look at the factors there. But we need to be able to check it, just like you said. But I agree, and I'm one of those particular people, that interest rate is inimical to growth. It's dangerous to growth.
It's dangerous to growth.
The mainstream economy to say, oh, that's why do you want banks to survive? Why do you want it to survive? But I'm actually a school of thought that interest rate is inimical and will actually be able to kill the system.
On that note, I think we have to move on now to the cartoon of the day, just because in the interest of time, very interesting conversations on the front page, but we have to see what we have on the cartoon of the day. This one is quite interesting as always. So we see right there in purple someone who looks like someone we know, and then he's laying down.
It's kind of yucky, but it says going back to your ways.
It looks like who's an ambassador designate.
And then you see him with his tongue out. Raw blood.
So I think what happened was there was this video of him before he was actually nominated for this sometime in the past, about a year ago, I think so, where he 2 years ago before the election, where he was
alleging,
actually saying that exactly, and he was
a certificate forger.
Yes, and so that clip, I think Showore used it or so, and then
was the bomb.
Now, the idea is, how do you go back to now work for the person who you are?
Yes, and that's the analogy of the person is looking at his vomit. Yeah. So we have to leave it here this morning on the newspaper review segment. We have at 9 a.m. top of the hour Business Week with Mr. Frank Aibogun, as well as Mr. Ololade Akimorele, as well as the Chief Economist, Mr. Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good morning and welcome to Business Day Television's Business Week. We're glad to be back this morning. I'm joined by two of our ladies from the newsroom, Bumi as well as Eniola. And we will be looking at some very important economic developments in the course of our 1 hour program today. I will examine how it is that the maths for power in Nigeria is flipping in favor of solar and renewables. We hear and read that Nigeria is caught in a debt web. Some believe our current debt level are no longer sustainable. We will also, of course, be examining recent prognosis that point to the fact that the Nigerian economy is about to take off, if you believe the economist, that is. But before we go on, let's bring you some of the headlines this morning. And we start with a not so pleasant news. Bandits have set church, police station, and other government buildings ablaze in Niger State, Agwara town precisely, and they have adopted 5 citizens. We hear that NNPC's contribution or remittance to the federal allocation account has dropped by 86%. Indeed, very worrying, because it comes only a week after Saudi Arabia announced that its economy is powering ahead in 2026 on the back of rise in oil production from 8.9 million barrels a day to currently 10 million barrels a day. So you ask the question, what is happening to our own state oil company when others are rising up and it is collapsing? The World Bank's Mission 300 plans to help as much as 17.5 million Nigerians to gain access to energy under its program for expanding energy access. Gaza's border with Egypt has opened this morning to limited traffic. Clearly a positive step on the way of the ceasefire between ceasefire in the Middle East. Reports say that oil prices are down 4% this morning on the back of hopes by President Donald Trump of the United States that an arrangement will be reached with Iran that might avert the threat of attack. Now let's get on with the conversation this morning. So ladies, solar power is now cheaper than grid power in Nigeria. The most expensive grid power today is rated at, I think, 222 naira per kilowatt hour if you are on band A. So how good a news is this?
Well, for me, it's actually good news, right? Because it actually tells me that something that used to be a luxury is now giving more access to people through lower cost. Right. I mean, if you look at, let's say, from 2023, when the reforms kicked in, petrol prices are high, diesel prices are high. So all the other, I would say, energy means that Nigeria use for, for production purposes and businesses are slightly dropping, but they're still on the high side. So I guess the private companies are the ones pushing out this production of solar power. So now they are now being innovative to say, okay, what can I do, or what can I, in a way, ease the burden of businesses? Because when it comes to production, the cost of power is very expensive. It's still on the high side. So what do I do to give respite to business, especially to manufacturers, especially in the real sector, the actually productive sector of the economy, to actually, boost growth for the economy? So yeah, it's actually a good news when I heard that. But for me, I think it would be nice.
Leave that for later. Okay. Let me go to Bumi. I mean, to Aniola. How did we get here? What has happened to both competing energy means, whether solar or grid? How did we get here that the maths has flipped?
I mean, we've seen that, like you mentioned earlier, prices are now about 270, between 220 to 270
for grid power.
And
Yeah.
then solar prices are about 18 around to 140 for the same amount. First of all, this year alone, we've seen 2 grid collapse. The also,
and this is still the 2nd of February.
It's 2nd of February.
Yeah.
We've also seen electric production, light production continuously get very poor. Then the band A, band B, band C segmentation has affected a lot of people. I was talking to a friend of mine this morning, and she was saying she has like maybe 2 hours in 3 days. And that my friend asked.
And she's on what band?
She's on I think band B or band C.
Okay.
She had to get a solar power, and imagine she earns 500,000 naira
a month.
Yeah. And she's able to get she's able to get the solar power. Now another problem. With this solar power, she needs to at least recharge it. She falls back to, there is no light. She needs, okay, she's going to recharge it with the solar
panels.
Yeah. But sometimes you still need to recharge it with light. And she's like, she falls back to the same problem. There is no light. So constant, like we need, like there's a need to really work on like our electrical production. And also one of the things that is really helping like the solar panel being cheaper is they moved from a type of battery to lithium batteries. Lithium batteries are more cheaper. And you know, one thing about China is also, once something, you know that there is a need for something, they begin to produce more and more of it.
So so we're seeing a drop in solar prices or batteries as well.
Yes, a drop in solar batteries. The price of solar batteries also increased production of these batteries. In fact, if I scroll through TikTok,
every time they're selling a solar panel or battery to you.
And there's cost for everyone, for every pay grade. I've seen something that could fit for me, like a million naira. I've seen things that extend to 3 million naira. So for everybody that is interested,
there's a price range for you.
There's also loans, so you could facilitate the loan to get this thing.
I think we're going to come to the financing of renewable energy, and just talk about what the banks are doing to facilitate access to solar panels and lithium-ion batteries that Eniola referred to earlier. But the question is, I believe that what has sped up the race of solar in taking over grid power in terms of pricing is essentially the band A price range. At 223 naira excluding VAT, that is extremely high. And for me, that just exposes the weakness of the sector. Why should the same kind of power that a band A get be more expensive than the same kilowatt of power that a band B or band C gets? So you have a situation where they believe that the band A people are wealthier, and so charge them more, so that if you cannot raise the power tariff for the lower people, then the money you're charging the wealthy people can be used to subsidize the market. I think they may have taken that too far, because it is these same wealthy people that are also able to afford solar panels and to make the investment in acquiring those things. A friend of mine, for instance, the children came in for holidays in December, and he noticed that after they left, he's on band A, by the way. He noticed that after they left, his first month bill went up to 1.5 million in 1 month. 1.5 million for electricity alone. What did he do? He called in solar panel people. Today he has solar panel power that gives him the equivalent of 36 kilowatts of power. He has lithium-ion batteries, and he's now almost totally away off the grid. It is not just individuals that are doing that. Businesses are doing that. Banks are doing that. Petrol stations are doing that. So the problem that the electricity market has is getting even worse, because those who are able to afford the bill are moving away from the grid. So it means that there is less and less subsidy available to subsidize the people on band A and band B and C. That for me is a recipe for disaster. And so the question is, what should the authorities be doing in dealing with the chaos that we have? Because the truth of the matter is, the more power you generate, the lower the unit cost you sell that power. So for as long as we are stuck in this band of 4,500 megahertz of power that we produce, so long are we not able to price power at a cost-effective level. So in my view, the answer is in government catalyzing a vast increase in power generation. So what do you think?
Yeah, I think I also buy your idea
Yeah.
of I don't even know if it's possible for them to do away with the
bands.
The bands.
Yeah.
But like you mentioned earlier, if everyone that is rich is going off the grid, then who is going to pay for
That's the problem now.
this thing? So there should actually be at least an average electricity supply across because people in the lower bands experience very poor electricity supply. And if for one their money is cheaper.
In fact, they are being punished.
Yes, for one their money is cheaper and there's no light, so they don't pay as much.
In fact, sorry to butt in, but when you said the wealthy, do you know that people in Enyopaja are also band E? Like they are because
there are some locations. I think the bands were created on the basis of the amount of power you get per day. If you get up to 16 hours of power daily, you are on band A. And then if you get lower, you are on the other bands. So it doesn't really matter where you stay. As long as you are getting power up to 16 hours a day, you are classed as band A. Except, of course, that the discos now have a habit. I don't want to call it a strategy. They now have a habit of willing more power to the island and such other locations where they have wealthier clients or customers.
I overheard where the Minister of Power was saying that they were going to increase tariffs because they said Nigerians are wasting power because they just switch on their registration of their plans for a long time. In fact,
increase might apply to people on band D to B, certainly not band A that is already overpriced. It means that those who are getting less power now, the government will now say that it doesn't matter how much power you get, as long as you get power, you pay for it. So that might move the other bands closer to the 223 naira for band A. But there's a problem still, and that is, I believe that government should be thinking about a one-off investment in catalyzing power generation. For instance, reaching agreements with a number of companies. I believe that just as you have Dangote in cement and petroleum, you need to have a Dangote in power. Just like you have BOA in foods, you need to have big companies like that. I was told the other day about a single company in Turkey that generates 12,500 megawatts of power.
Wow.
That's almost 4 times the entire grid power generated in Nigeria. So you need to begin to think about how to create big producers, especially in centers where customers are able to pay. For instance, there's no reason why you shouldn't have up to 5,000 megawatts power generating company in a place like Lagos. If you did that, then the grid power that is supplied to Lagos can be supplied to other locations because the people will pay. Diesel cost is very high, which is why people are pivoting away and going into renewables, apart from the fact that it's more, not just that it's cheaper, it's also climate friendly as well.
Climate supportive. For the
so let's look at what should the banks do, given that an economic case has been made already for solar power. What should the banks be doing to ensure that they create consumer loans or consumer products that enable Nigerians to fund their solar acquisition?
So, I think they should actually, like you said, make big investments in these businesses that produce these things. You talked about the aspect of the government, so loan financing. I think it would be interesting to actually see the credit, the loan credits to sectors to see how the banks, but we don't really know how that is actually going. So like you talked about, I think giving out loans, investment, just like what the government is doing, because actually the banks actually have the funds, to actually give this investment. And also the interest rate is also important. I think this year CBN said I don't know if they might retain or might be dovish, because other central banks, North African country, has been aggressively cutting
We will
rates.
see what happens at the next MPC meeting.
Yeah, that should be this month.
But the data seem to suggest that more and more members of the MPC are pivoting away from hold to cut. So we hope that happens. Except that we don't know how much of that will happen this year. I think the central bank itself is still, as you say, very dovish.
Yeah, very dovish.
So away from just even the industries,
Yeah.
there could be SME loans to people that are selling renewable renewable energy, and there's also be quick loans to even people, individuals, to facilitate such loans for solar panels and even the installation at the home. So it's something that the bank should actually even open themselves
Be interested in.
because we've seen them give loans to maybe oil and gas mostly.
In truth, there are some banks that are pushing it, like Selling Bank, for instance, that has products in that area. So we need to look at how you incentivize other banks to do the same. And as Seniola said, the key part is around interest rate. It has to be something that is around single digit to be able to make the kind of impact that we're looking at.
And also inflation too. Like inflation has to also come down. Hopefully if it hits single digit this year.
But generally, we're seeing a drop in the price of solar input into renewables. I personally bought a lithium ion battery, 15 kW in October, and I bought for 3 million naira for a unit. By the time I was adding at the beginning of January, that price had gone down to 2.5 million.
Could it also be the FX too? FX?
Maybe
lithium.
Well, FX might be, but as one of us said earlier, China is ramping up production, and Nigerians are adopting it. Which means, as we know in basic economics, when supply rises, prices drop. So I think that's essentially what is happening. But you are right. The FX stability is also playing a part as well. All right. Let's go on to another issue, and that is the issue of debt sustainability in Nigeria. We were told as one of the arguments for the removal of petrol subsidy that if we removed the subsidy on petrol that are consumed at some point up to $8 billion a year, that governments in Nigeria will be better funded, and the recourse to borrowing will reduce. That hasn't happened. We have taken off subsidy on petrol, but it does appear as if our appetite for government borrowing has gone even higher. What's going on?
So I think whenever I hear this debate about our debt service, rising, I think what we need to pay attention to is the pace of growth, which I think is the problem here. Because if you look at during Buhari's era, right, late Muhammad Buhari, there was a time where debt service cost was close to 100%, right? But during when Tinubu came in, let's say 2023, I did a story where I was looking at the debt service cost from as far back as 90, maybe from Buhari, and discovered that at that time it had reduced to 65%. That's just the first year.
So which means that all of our subsidy, petrol subsidy money is going into servicing debt.
And then if you look at what the economy states, that the savings from the petrol subsidy is actually using to, service the debt. And then if you look at our debt, public debt, right? Let's say last year, Q1, between Q1 and Q2, our public debt rose to about double digits of 10%. But if you look at it in who am I saying? Q1 2024. It was about double digit of 10%. But then you look at it in 2025, that's the Q2. It reduced to 3%.
Okay.
So
all right.
if we still have that,
have you considered, or should we also consider the law around how much of debt or deficit we should carry with our budgets on an annual basis, which specifically the Fiscal Responsibility Act. In 2025, for instance, if my data serves me right, we had a budget of 54 trillion naira.
Which period was
federal
that?
budget last year.
Yes.
54 trillion naira last year.
54.
By the time we got numbers from the government, this was towards the end of the year, revenues amounted to only 12 trillion of 54 trillion.
Wow.
Borrowing was 14 trillion. Essentially,
14.
more than your revenues. Yeah?
Yeah.
If you add those two, 12 plus 14 is 26. It was the only part that was funded of your 54 trillion naira budget. What it meant was that half of your budget last year was not funded, even from debt and from revenues.
In fact, I think
so. What happened? We saw that the recurrent expenditure was implemented 100%.
Yes.
Which meant that indeed last year government went into the hole by more than the 14 trillion that it borrowed. So to me, we are in a bind. Some people say our debt level is no longer sustainable.
In fact, I think one more thing I would like to ask, since you brought numbers here. Okay. Now, you talked about our revenue. I think
revenue was only 12 trillion as at that time. Essentially because we exaggerated revenues.
Yes, everything.
Claimed we were going to earn $70-something per barrel. We did not.
Yes.
Claimed we were going to produce 2 million barrels of oil per day. We did not.
But there's something.
So the government is almost becoming quite reckless.
Yeah.
And the only way to cure that recklessness is more borrowing.
But sir, something I also noticed in the projected budget for 2026, 2025 projected budgets, they were meant to get about 41 trillion. But for 2026 was reached 34 trillion.
Yes, the revenue expedition.
Yeah, so, but that's been a long time that has happened.
Yeah, but the question is, you want to get 34 trillion.
Yeah.
You got about 12 last year. What magic are you going to do?
It's even more crazy. This year is the amount expected to
15 trillion.
15 trillion. That is already 50% of the amount you expect to raise.
Yes.
And you are putting
34 trillion.
In fact, you know, if you want to borrow and people are willing to borrow and people are willing to lend, you even need time. You need time to process it.
Yes.
You need time to do the documentation. It appears as if Nigeria is racing to borrow faster than it can even get ready for borrowing. But let me just make a big point. I spoke to a very senior official in the federal government towards the end of last year when these numbers became public. And I asked him, in his view, where he sits, what will be a sensible ceiling for the federal government budget this year? He said 38 trillion. Meanwhile, we have added 20 trillion to that.
Yes, that's 58 trillion.
So what does the government know?
That we don't.
Or perhaps those in the legislature, because often they are the ones who bump the budget up so that they can have or pretend to have more money to spend. But in truth, their indulgence means a rising debt burden that Nigeria can no longer carry.
And we see this reflect in our local borrowing.
Yeah.
Just last week Monday, the federal government issued a domestic an FGN bond, and he had, although there's a lot of liquidity in the market, they issued the highest bond on record.
Ever.
About 1.5
trillion.
Yeah, and for Eurobond, we have a repayment every year until 2032.
And it's really expensive for them to pay back.
I don't understand if, and also one of there's several angles to this old deficit thing and budget thing. First is the benchmark. What they are always projecting. They never.
I'm going to stop you there, Eniola, because we must go on break. We must go on break now. When we come, we will come back to this matter of debt and explore further the question: what do we do with the debt anyway? We'll be right back. This is Business Week from Business Day Television.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate. But the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper. How leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology, but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
Welcome. This is still Business Week, brought to you by Business Day Television. And today we've been looking at a number of important economic developments. And before we went on break, we were talking about Nigeria's debt situation and trying to answer the question, has Nigeria's debt reached a point of unsustainability? And we would like to now pivot as we continue that conversation by asking the question, is it right for government to borrow and borrow significant amounts without putting that money into productive sectors so that there will be a good chance of the projects returning the money? That way we don't inflict debt on yet unborn generations. Or is it okay for government to just continue to borrow and the legislature, all it does is just say we agree without asking questions as to what we want to do with the debt? So let's start with you, Abumi.
Okay, so yes. I mean, it's actually good for a government of any economy to borrow, but how you use that borrowing is what matters, right? I mean, the sectors for it that really needs to channel those, that we actually need to channel those funds more into infrastructure, maybe a bit of, yes, health and education. I mean, there was a story I did one time when I looked at the debt service, right? And then I looked at the health and education, which actually leads to human development, which actually boosts human capacity development for Nigerians. But it was a reverse. Our debt service cost was rising, but our spending on health and education was declining. And what does that signal? You know,
we're not spending on the right thing, and we're not borrowing for the right things.
And you know that if you spend on infrastructure and education, it will have a triple effect on your economy. Right now, we have a $1 trillion naira target by 2030. If we continue to borrow at this pace, how are we going to get to this point? I mean, even the borrowing we're using, you talked about salaries. That's what you're just using, just on salaries. You understand? We have to move beyond that. I mean, if we look at the budget spent of different African countries, let me just say yes, South Africa and maybe Kenya. South Africa is roughly around $3,000 per head, and then you have, let's say, Kenya about 500. Nigeria is just not even more than
it's just a small fraction.
So that actually says a lot.
It does. It does. But you know, a friend of mine who is an academic is currently researching public finance in a number of countries, including Nigeria and South Africa. What he said he found initially, and I'm sure the study will throw more light on this before it's over, is that if you look at the top profit earning companies in Nigeria that pay tax, South Africa has, according to his data, about 200 of such companies, whereas Nigeria has only 8 or 9.
Yeah.
What it means is that you just referred to the data, the per capita spending, budget spending in South Africa of around $30,000 per head. Why we are not getting there is simply because South Africa is probably getting in tax from companies about 15 times more than Nigeria is getting.
Yeah, they do.
And you are not even talking about the quality of our own spending and the stealing that goes on in government. We're just talking about absolute numbers, where if you look at top companies that pay tax to government, Nigeria has 9, 8, South Africa has 200. So we are not in the same league at all.
Yeah.
And so when people try to measure Nigeria's budget spending per capita on a dollar basis, I think that doesn't help the matter at all, because you are leaving a very important component of that equation. The fact that the money is not even there to begin to rival South Africa in the first place. And you know what this fellow said?
Yeah.
Because of that big difference between Nigeria and South Africa, government should ask itself every year, how do we grow the number of big companies that pay tax? If we have 9 this year, how do we take it to 15, 20 next year? How do we take it to 30, 40 the year after? It is not by taxing what you have now, it's by creating more wealth and aiming to tax that wealth. Yeah. So it appears as if Nigeria is just running around in the jungle.
Right.
So I like the data about per capita spending, but if you don't, I mean, no government in Nigeria has to spend just the money that one municipal government in South Africa has to spend. So how do you then begin to do that?
If you look at it in terms of, they say Nigeria is a giant of Africa.
Well, we're giant. We're giant in population.
Yeah.
But we are failing to convert that population to wealth.
Even the South African stock exchange.
Yeah,
there's no question about it's way bigger than the Nigerian.
Yes, it's true.
And that again, so the government needs to focus more on creating wealth. How, for instance, do you have about 100 listed companies in Nigeria?
Yeah.
How do you move that to 200? How do you move that to 500, 1,000? That's what government should be thinking about. It's not how to tax more the 100 that you have. You know, because we're reaching a point now where I understand there are a number of wealthy people who don't pay their tax, but I think that the government is failing in creating wealth in Nigeria, and that perhaps explains the huge revenue crisis that Nigeria faces today.
Yeah. Yeah,
And yes, Anila, you want to say something?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say that even outside of taxes, the government themselves, we've been talking a while about selling of assets and all of that. Still, there are other ways to raise revenue. And I saw a report that says that the government has to sell about 50% of some assets. I think
dead assets.
Yes, 50% equity, sell down.
Yes, to raise about $50 billion. And why aren't they looking for what?
You know why? No, you know why they are not doing it?
Why?
They are not doing it because you don't have a cabinet that is properly aligned to the need of the country. Ministers supervise the departments, MDAs and parastatals that you want privatized. The ministers would rather they remain in under their supervision. They buy them cars, they give them extra allowances when they are traveling. They steal from there. That's the reason why not.
I
They don't want to lose control because it's like their heart. They say you put your money where your mouth is.
It's just like anytime I see.
Because we keep talking about it in every federal budget, but we never do it. Why do you think we're not doing it?
Nothing is done about it.
There's no proper auditing before you pass a budget. Nothing.
Even budget.
If you go to Marina, for instance, you go to Broad Street. My goodness, the property, government-owned property that is lying waste there can propel a whole economy. If government were to sell it off in an honest, transparent manner. So a lot of the crisis is self-inflicted. Government not doing what it should do to harness the resources and then to turn it into catalyst for economic development. It is very, very sad.
I mean, I was thinking that we're in the wave of positive, positive era.
No, we're going to get into that before we close. Just looking at the prognosis for the Nigerian economy. I don't look at positive versus negative. I look at positive, but I ask myself, if we are growing at 3% or people are estimating 4.5% this year, is it not possible to grow at 8-9%? If China can grow at such levels, why can't we grow at that level? Why should we be so satisfied growing at a level 1% above the rate at which population is growing? And then we are clapping. It's not worth clapping or celebrating at all. And as I said, we're going to come there, but let's deal with one matter before we go on to look at the recent estimates for growth in Nigeria. And that's about loan impairment in Nigeria. I was reading a story in Bloomberg this morning about the situation of First Bank holding. And I think that is probably on the front page of BusinessDay today. And then I saw a data that suggested that in the last 10 years, loan impairment is probably at a level of 5 trillion naira. Again, that's a budget of Ghana. So what's going on? And yet people are complaining that the banks are not lending to the real sector. So let's start with you, Aniola. What is the reason for this crisis?
Also, I think that one of the reasons is that I would say the CBN has looked away for too long. There was a chart trending on X which showed the loan First Bank loan impairment, and we saw it grow in the last 10 years. It has grown from about, I think, less than 50 billion to over 700 and something billion.
Yeah. That's almost $1 trillion.
Yes,
over a 10-year period.
Over a 10-year period, it peaked at 2022. Why did the CBN wait so long to call out this issue?
Well, I think to be fair to the central bank, they provided a forbearance to the banks following COVID.
Yes, in 2020.
Which made sense.
Yes, it made sense. But another thing is, a lot of those loans were exposed to the oil and gas sector.
Yeah.
And
I think for me that's a big problem.
Yes, that's one of the problems. It wasn't to the economy, so to speak.
Yeah.
A lot of it was, and when it was the oil problem, the oil prices before the oil
collapse.
Yes. Also, another problem was the exchange rate when there was depreciation of the exchange rate,
Mhm.
it's really affected these loans.
Mhm.
Now, thank God, First Bank has decided to bite the bullet and absorb it.
Yeah.
But like these problems, we saw it across several. Oh, I think only GT had a very low,
Lean,
lean
loan.
and non-performing
Yeah.
loans, and it's something to always like we're mentioning when we're discussing electricity. There are so many other sectors that are more how do I put it, that are going to not necessarily they are going to pay back this loan, but they are performing better, so to speak. And I think that's one of the but thank God the central bank last year make sure that they recapitalize and also make sure that they take care of their non-performing.
So in effect, the CBN saw the state of the balance sheet of these companies, of the banks, and got to the point where it said, look, we have to force these guys to recapitalize, otherwise there will be a systemic problem in the bank. So it's,
I mean, if you look at apart from First Bank that have been the first tier 1 bank to release their full year report, if you look at, let's see, H1, right? In fact, the data you shared, you talked about, I think about 3.8 in loan impairment charges. That's just H1 for 2025, from about, let's say, 1.6 in full year 2024. That is like more than, just half, more than triple. And then looking at the major banks in Nigeria, the FUGAs, only, let's say, UBA had a decline in profit because of this loan impairment charges, these default loans that the banks experienced, affecting their books. Yeah. So, and the reason why it's more affected is because banks are now back to the era of normal profits. No valuation, and so was maxing their performance.
Should the central bank have extended the forbearance for a longer period? Okay, so you think it's good to just clean out the books, and then prepare the banks for growth?
Yeah, especially recapitalization. When the banks are yes, it's actually logical. The deadline is in March.
Yes.
Just like I think what Dollar also said too, ahead of recapitalization, they had to clean up their books. So yeah.
How will this affect appetite for bank stocks? Because somehow some people will pay for this.
Yes, somehow some people will.
Yeah.
So I think that
Will people be willing to buy bank stocks today?
First of all, I think that
Because it appears as if the trajectory for stock price will either be flatlined or might even begin to fall for some time.
So I think that first of all, for First Bank, like for example, a lot of investors look to the quality of asset.
Well, that's of course they are investing in the future of the banks. Yeah.
Yes. So one of the good things that this the biting the bullet that First Bank did was is a good front for good corporate governance.
Okay.
And that's one of the things that investors look
Okay.
to. Like,
So they look at such fundamentals, yeah?
Okay, they decided to clear this loan. So this, like, it's good signaling.
Yeah.
So are you suggesting then that is a good time to buy?
Yes, I would suggest that it's a good time to buy. And also, last week we also spoke about how banks are generally even expanding across the African market.
Yep.
Also, a lot of the banks, only 2 banks right now are selling at almost 100 naira. A lot of other banks, Access, UBA, they are 50 naira or less. And there's so much. If you check the price to earning ratios or so many other metrics of Nigerian banks against other African banks, we are very, very.
So there's significant upside.
Yeah, the significant upside to buying right now because there's so much growth for the banks.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, some people tend to be contrarian. When they see people running away, they put their head there.
Because
time will tell.
Yeah, so sorry to come. When you talked about corporate governance, the most expensive banking stock right now is Stanbic.
Yes.
And I tell myself, why? And because of that, they were able to hit, I think, the 1 trillion market club, I think, last year. And other banks, I don't think they are even up to, apart from GT. I don't know if GT is around 90.
It's a corporate governance.
Yes, so exactly.
Interesting.
So that's a very key metric that.
All right. I'm sure this matter of loan impairment will feature in our conversation subsequently, but I think we will now need to move on to our final topic for conversation today, which is around, we spoke about debt, Nigerian country debt piling up. We spoke about recklessness in government. and all that. The Economist, in its current edition, asked a question. Is the Nigerian economy coming back from the brink? Which means that they have seen a few things, and in fact, in their story, they suggested that Nigerians who have been under severe pressure over the years because of very excruciating reforms embarked upon by this government, there is a sense in saying to them that there is light now at the end of the tunnel. What do we think?
For me, I would rather just play safe and do a wait and see approach, because the macro.
Yeah, but if you were an investor, you will not wait and see. Because when you keep your money in your pocket, in fact, it's reducing in value.
Yes, because if you look at inflation, right?
Yes.
15%. Food inflation was 10.8%. This year, we might likely see food inflation at single digits if all goes well. That means the first single digit since 2016. And that should bring respite. But right now...
And what kind of respite? It will bring respite in terms of disposable income?
No,
what other way should it bring respite? Shouldn't that bring respite in terms of borrowing costs as well?
Exactly. But, you know, you actually talked about the aspect of wealth creation, right? So my own is... I mean, we still have projections that the number of poverty numbers would rise to 140 million, right? And that tells me that if the macros are showing positives, right, there's a bit of stability in the economy, why would the poverty numbers be rising? GDP projections are at 5.0%. I think last year we did averagely around maybe 3%, but we must be even reaching close to double digits for us to really come out of those poverty numbers.
That's what I was saying, that government, we cannot be clapping for government because they are doing 3.4 or 4.8%
and
growth.
even though our inflation is coming down, what about our income levels? I wish I can actually be like a data. That's why data is actually what tells me what's on ground. Reliable data.
But for me, one point that has to be made is that the economy is coming from a very, very bad place.
Yes, it is.
And I always make the point about being in the rain. It is not the time the rain stops that you get dried. Yeah? The rain stops or you come out of the rain, you are still wet. In fact, if two people come out of the rain at the same time, one might even be dried before the other one, depending on the heat that they are able to generate internally. So I think where we are now is that the rain has stopped. We have left the rain, but we are still wet. And people are wondering, why are we still wet? Is the fact that the rain, the wetness of the body doesn't dry immediately the rain stops. That's one point to be made. The second point to be made is that we have so far as a country failed to create an inclusive economy. We have an economy where a lot of our people are locked outside. And so even when there are improvements, they don't even feel it, or they don't feel it until a very long time. It's like you look at the ground that has been dry. When the rain falls today, you come out and it's only slightly wet. But assuming it falls the next day, the wetness will increase. And that's the way it is. In fact, there's a story I was saying at the program we had with BusinessDay had with PwC on last week about a visiting official from one of the international finance organizations who went to visit a managing director in Lagos. And he asked the managing director a question: how's the economy of Nigeria doing? And the guy said, we have never seen anything better than this in many years. As the guy left, the visitor left, he asked the gate man at the gate as he waited to enter his vehicle, how's the economy? And the guy said, the Nigerian economy has never been worse. So you have two people who live in the same town, who are in the same economy, but one sees a light at the end of the tunnel. All the other one sees is absolute darkness. And that's the reflection of the impact The fellow who is on the fourth floor probably is able to look ahead more and say, if the Naira continues to stabilize at this level, I will be making more investment. Yeah? The guy at the gate does not have the power to look ahead. He's thinking about today. The money that I took from home today will not even carry me home. So that's the difference. And the unfortunate thing is that we don't know how much of such knowledge is available in government by the surveys that they do. And I'm not sure there is a good household expenditure and household finance survey in Nigeria, so that you can understand how to better direct the economy to favor those who are locked out. But you know the other side, it is these same people on the fourth floor who say Nigerian economy has never been better. They are the ones who are avoiding tax the most.
Then what about the tax reform that has kicked in already? Because
the tax reform has is only a few days old, so we cannot expect that miracles would happen with it. But most importantly, you need to begin to, I believe that it's better to create incentives for people to pay tax rather than draconian measures to make people pay tax.
Yeah, that was why I said I wanted to see, because what I've seen so far, especially when the tax reform kicked in, it's a bit of, so I would rather just see what happens, because the reason why I talked about is the CBN projection for inflation rate this year, I think, was 12.6%.
Well, some people say we'll reach single digit this year.
Yes, and even before the NBS updated the methodology for December, we were at, let's say, I think, and we're at November, we're at 14, and it told me that the way we were actually slow, inflation was slowing down, we likely would get to single digit this year. That was exactly. But I was like, why would the CBN?
Economists like Ayatariba said single digit is close by.
Yeah.
But you expect that the central bank will not be that excited.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't make mistakes.
Yeah.
So the central banks all over the world are more conservative.
Yeah.
And they tend to wait for not just initial signals to move. They tend to wait for confirmation of those signals before they make a move.
Yeah, it's really
and that's probably good for Nigeria.
Yeah.
Yes, but so far, I think it's a good thing that even those who have been very critical of the Nigerian economy now believe that the economy is going to grow and grow faster, and that Nigerians who have been under severe pressure over the years will begin to feel the impact of that growth. That's our hope and our prayer, and that's where we bring today's program of Business Week to a close. Once again, this has been Business Week for today, the 2nd of February. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
when you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and this is Big Story. Nigeria's oil fields are aging with hundreds of wells nearing abandonment due to declining output, rising costs, and outdated exploration methods. But a new possibility is emerging. Artificial intelligence could help revive oil fields once thought to be exhausted. At the PwC Business Day Outlook event, Renaissance Africa Energy CEO Tony Atta revealed that AI-driven analysis of old seismic data could uncover bypass reserves in over 300 wells marked for decommissioning. Instead of drilling new wells, operators could return to existing ones, reduce costs, and unlock new value. As Nigeria sits on decades of underused geological data, the key question is, can AI extend the life of the country's aging oil assets, or is this optimism ahead of reality? Well, joining me this morning is Dipo Oladeyinde, the head of Business Day's Energy Desk, and he joins me to unravel this conversation. Welcome to the show, Dipo. Unmute your mic. Real quick, would you say that artificial intelligence realistically can revive Nigeria's aging oil fields?
Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone. Good to be here. So it's I think there's a possibility of that development. Of course, first of all, we look at so I don't think that.
We can hardly hear you, so if you could please just fix the audio. We can hardly hear you. If you could just speak up a bit.
That's how Clara now.
I can't hear you, please. Could you please project a bit into your microphone?
Okay, is it better? Okay, so as I was saying, the possibility of having that development is the possibilities are very, very high because, first of all, we have a lot of assets that are not getting to full production capacity yet because of issues around abandonment or issues around what oil exploration is called seismic data really. So these are data that really gives green light or shows the possibility of crude oil reserve or the quality of crude oil in a particular asset. So let's not forget that we have a lot of assets in Nigeria, right? Getting if they are of commercial quantity is also a major challenge. And so with AI, of course, you can definitely get better projections of what the capabilities of these assets are and how possible they are in getting full production in whatever period you are setting the targets of. So yes, the possibilities are very high if we can if we can be more realistic with our demands and then put them into proper perspective when we are projecting for crude oil production in a particular year.
Dico, about how reliable AI is when you talk about identifying these oil reserves missed by older exploration methods. Do you think that AI has more reliability in comparison to these older methods?
Yes, of course, because so again, technologies are is constantly evolving. When crude oil was first explored at the Oloibiri in the early years of Nigeria's oil exploration, is around the early 1950s or 1960s. Well, the technology that was used then was something they call 2D seismic data. Now, after a while, in the early 80s, we moved from 2D to 3D because 2D was basically projecting the amount of crude oil in a particular field. But with 3D, you can, beyond projections, you can get the actual numbers of what's the capacity of these barrels. And so that would help in terms of drilling plans. It helps in terms of exploration plans. It helps in terms of even sourcing for cash to fund some of the exploration we are looking at. Because once you are sure of the quantity of oil in any particular oil fields, it allows you to plan better, really. But with AI, I mean, AI is evolving in every field. So there's AI in engineering, there's AI in tech, there's AI in almost every important sector you find yourself. So is there a possibility that we can do that? Yes, definitely. So before now, we usually track majority of these oil wells via manual processes. But now you have cameras, drone cameras that can basically go to regions that are forgotten and basically give us an area view of what kind of assets we are looking at. So the same thing for AI as well. So again, all this is about prioritizing where investment should be, is about understanding what the challenges the sectors are currently facing, and then developing the right AI tools or getting the right software developers to say, okay, so these are the problems, and then let's build tools that can fix this problem. Until we're able to identify the problems we face, the unique problems the oil and gas face, which is, I mean, one of the major things is lack of data. Another thing, again, is the lack of digital tools to do proper oil, to map out proper oil explorations in certain assets. So if we can get tools to solve some of these problems, then I think we'd see better numbers in terms of oil production.
Right. Would you really say that revisiting these old wells could be more cost effective than actually going ahead to drill new ones?
I mean, revisiting old ones, the old ones means they've crossed exploration, they've crossed drilling, and then they're basically at the new phase. Starting afresh means you are starting all over again from the very beginning, which takes time, it's more taxing, and it's much. I mean, the hurdles you are going to cross when you are starting afresh is quite significant. But with a new one,
Hi, Dipo, are you there? We could hardly hear you. Do we still have Dipo on the audio? Well, we're just talking about how, revisiting old wells and how AI could be of very much importance, especially now where AI has now become very relevant to everything we're doing, practically all sectors. And we're talking about how AI could actually revive about 300 old aging oil fields in Nigeria, which is a conversation that we're having right now with BusinessDay's energy head of energy desk, Dipo Ladende, and it's just giving us some insight into how effective AI could be for this aging oil fields and also the oil sector, oil and gas sector in general, speaking about the older methods and how AI could, help us to identify some oil reserves that were missed by the older exploration methods. And just before now, speaking with Dipo Oladende, BusinessDay's head of energy desk. But we'll take a quick break and be right back for more. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate. But the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper. How leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and this is Big Story. Right here on the Big Story today, we're talking about the aging oil fields and how AI can help revive these aging oil fields. And of course, I was speaking with Dipo Oladeyinde, the head of Business Day's energy desk, just before we went on a short break, and it's back now with us. Dipo, just before we went on the break, I was asking you about some of the risks that could come with relying heavily on AI in oil exploration. Could you just walk us through that question real quick?
Okay, can you come again with the question, please?
Speaking about the risk that, could come with relying heavily on AI in oil exploration.
Oh, okay. Yes. So when it comes to using AI for, so AI itself is not basically, it's not doing the job. It's only making the job better, really, if you look at it. So the job of AI really not to say, oh, now the new oil, say that AI is going to make oil exploration 20 days of spending maybe 6 months or 7 years or 7 months to arrive at full production or to site oil. With AI, you can do that at a faster time or at a faster pace. I think that's the major difference. So the major difference is to make sure that the process of drilling or exploration or exploring for crude oil are done at a faster pace and at a faster time, which for me I think is a major, major challenge, because if you look at the oil and gas sector, one of the biggest challenges is a very, very time consuming sector. Sometimes you are taking FID for a major oil asset, for instance, in 2026. You might not get anything out of that asset until maybe 2029 or 2028, depending on how fast the exploration activities are. So you need, which is why they've always advocated that the kind of capital that you need to invest in oil exploration is what they call patient capital. Patient capital is the capital that you invest and you're not under pressure for returns. You can wait 3-4 years before you start getting any tangible amount of returns from that investment. So with AI coming into the fold, we would expect that we'll be able to revive a lot of abandoned oil wells, because again, Nigeria's biggest challenge is the fact that we have a lot of abandoned oil assets in the Niger Delta region, because at some point Nigeria usually produce about 2.2 or 2.3 million barrels per day. Now we are doing 1.5. The difference between 2.2 and 1.5 means that there are some assets that were producing 2.2 but are no longer doing 2.2. So what we need to do is look for ways to get back these assets back on track. The government has been talking a lot about the Ogoni cleanup. The Ogoni cleanup is a long subject that a lot of people say, oh, you can't clean up Ogoni because you don't even know where to start from. Well, imagine there is a AI tool that can map out the entire Ogoni landscape and differentiate between the places that have been polluted and the places that have not been polluted. It's going to be fantastic, because that will solve a very, very big problem. In that Ogoni area alone, we have assets that can produce about 1 million barrels per day. If you add that to the 1.5 we are producing, we'll probably be doing about 2.5. So again, the differences are big, but then it's about identifying what the problems is and then introducing the right tools to solve the problem.
Deepo, would you say that AI is a short-term production boost, or could we look at it as a long-term strategy for Nigeria's oil future?
So it's more of a long-term thing, because every sector of the economy is evolving. So the way we do banking now is no longer the way we were doing banking those days. Those days, before you pay for a NEPA bill, you probably need to go to a bank or go and queue up in front of NEPA offices. Now you can basically do that via your phone, right? Sometime long time ago, before you basically cannot order food from your phone. You have to probably walk into an eatery. The waiting time was perhaps longer than what we are witnessing now. But the point I'm trying to make is every sector of the economy is evolving, right? And the kind of transition we are saying is not a temporary thing, it's a thing that has come to stay. So there's a disruption going on in the global space, and then it's trickling down to almost every sector of the economy. Before now, you basically cannot, talking about attending university, online university, you probably think that was a myth, but now we've seen schools that are fully online that you probably don't need classrooms anymore. So there's disruption going on everywhere, and that disruption is trickling down to the oil and gas. And this kind of disruption we are seeing is not a short-term thing that will go back to the old ways. No, it's a long-term thing that has come to stay. Because again, disruption is about solving problems, right? So when innovative tools solve problems, the moment the problems are solved, people no longer go back to the old habits again. The moment there's a washing machine that can clean your clothes, a lot of people try it and you realize that, okay, so there's no point wasting hours just trying to use my hands. to wash my clothes. That's the kind of disruption we are seeing because, again, it's a business, right? Business is about saving costs, saving time, improving efficiency, and then improving returns. It's not about personal beliefs. So once there are tools that can do all of this, I think that those tools will stay. What we basically need to do is improve on the quality of those tools, which is currently what we are witnessing in other sectors of the economy.
Just finally, before I let you go, we talk about Nigeria's energy transition a lot, and this is just where we could have that conversation again. Would you see this as innovation, as delaying, or would you see it as complementing Nigeria's energy transition?
So it's complementing it because, again, the conversation is Africa or Nigeria, for instance, have no conversation with energy transition because, first of all, we don't have enough energy. So if we don't have enough energy, why are we transiting from a place of poverty? Because Nigeria, Africa's biggest oil producing country, about 70% or 65% of the population don't even have access to any amount of energy at all. Zero amount of access to energy. Then if you even have access to energy, you can't get reliable power. So there's a lot of energy deficits in Nigeria, really. So tools like AI are supposed to help us achieve what they call energy sufficiency. So the conversation in Nigeria currently is about to improve access to energy, to make sure that the grid does not collapse every minute, to make sure that there is energy for almost every sector of the economy. Because without energy, you really cannot industrialize. And one of the reasons why industrialization is moving at a slower pace compared to other sectors of the economy is because we don't have enough energy. So the grid is collapsing, there's no gas to power the gas fields. All of these conversations are just because we don't have enough energy. Now imagine if we start boosting access to energy. Then we can have what they call energy sufficiency. It's when you are energy sufficient, when you eat into a point of satisfaction, that's where you can now talk about energy transition. If you are not, imagine a kid who is hungry, going to the doctor to complain about obesity. The most important thing is prioritizing your hunger. So the other countries, Western countries who are talking about energy transition is because, a lot of them have achieved energy sufficiency. And the only right thing to talk about is energy transition. But for Nigeria, we still have a long way to go. So we hope that with tools like AI, we get to a place where we call energy sufficiency, where there's access to power 24/7, where the grid is constantly on. And then when we got into that point, stay there for a long period of time, then we can move to energy transition.
Very much, Deepo Oladende, head of BusinessDay's Energy Desk, for joining us, even with your very busy schedule this morning. Thank you so much. Big story right here on Business Day Television. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, and this is Social Listening, where we check out some of the stories making the rounds on social media. I remain Elizabeth Musa.
Most definitely, social listening is what it is, and Onyeka Valentine is my name.
Absolutely. What's trending this afternoon, or this morning rather? It feels like the day has been fast spent. It feels like afternoon already.
Yes.
But we'll see some of the conversations that are definitely making the rounds. The first conversation gaining attention is the Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award given to late legendary Afrobeat musician Fela Kuti in recognition of his contribution to Afrobeat. Long crowned by his legion of fans as the king of Afrobeat, the Nigerian star posthumously received the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Grammys almost 3 decades after his death at the age of 58. Now, following the global success of Afrobeat, a genre inspired by Fela's sound, the Grammys introduced the category of Best African Performance in 2024, while Fela remains the first African artist to receive a Lifetime Achievement Award. It was a long time coming. I'm going to start by saying it was a long time coming.
True.
And there's something really exciting that I like that Yeni Kuti did, after receiving that award. And then she had gone back to the stage and said, oh, by the way, Fela is the first person to receive this award. I think it was just very good to actually, make us aware of that. Like, just reaffirm that, you just have to know that this happened. And well done to the entire Kuti family, I must say. They have really kept that legacy moving. And when you ask me what legacy means, I think it's not far-fetched. The easiest answer for me is always Fela Kuti, because the way his family has kept that legacy. There are many musicians that have sung, and then there's nobody to carry it on. But Fela Kuti and the entire army, his family, from the ones that sing, the ones that understand the music business, it's just so beautiful to see how they've kept that legacy going on, and it's great to see that in their lifetime they were able to receive this award on behalf of their father. I'm sure Fela Kuti is smiling down at them.
Most definitely. Look, if we had our if we had any possibility to see what's happening after this life, we'll probably see him smiling, and then clapping his hands, saying, yes, my legacy is being kept and kept well. Look, no doubt at all, the fact that the spotlight is now on Afrobeat as a genre alone has given room for not just economic value, but giving room for anyone who wants to study Afrobeat as, as a sector in the entertainment industry, a go ahead. I'm happy, extremely happy. Why? Before Afrobeat, the world used to see and hear reggae as the quote and unquote, the what we call ingenious way of spilling your mind out, ways that you can use music to fight some certain level of inequality, ways that you can use your rhythm to be able to speak to the world, so the world can hear your earnings, hear your part of the view. However, as Afrobeat came into the mix, we started seeing a lot. So for me, coming now to say, look, we want to identify the origin of Afrobeat and then give Lifetime Award to the originator himself. Look, there's no better way to start our Monday, than without, you know what I mean now, without mentioning this area. But for me, another thing is that if anyone out there who understands the economic value, they'll begin to put their money and invest in Afrobeat to say, look, Fela paved the way. Some other people have now come to now say, okay, you know what, we are either as good as you or not good as you, back and forth. All that for me, just no comparison. However, if there was any other person, right, to give that award to, I probably would say it was a waste of time. Fela was the only person right now at that level that should have received that. Receiving it for me, 100%. The family has done so well with collaboration. I'm talking about carrying along his legacy. If I look at the different genres and those that during this era and those who have pulled through, I'm wondering who else could have gotten it.
We also have King Sunny Ade,
yes,
who has also
Lifetime
done really
Award.
well. I think King Sunny Ade. She's passed on now.
Christian Ibukwe,
Onyeka Owenu. I hear that Christian Ibukwe's entire musical bibliography is actually also doing really well. But I don't think for Afrobeats, certainly Fela.
Most definitely.
Fela,
which is why it's 100%. Yes, 100%.
But let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how more Nigerians are reacting to this story, because really it's the social listeners, it's about them. Six Thoughts says, this award isn't just for music, it's a posthumous global validation of Fela's lifelong project, using art as a weapon against oppression. He wasn't just creating a genre, he was documenting injustice, satirizing power, and giving voice to the voiceless in real time. Says the Grammy finally acknowledges what Nigerians and Africans have known for decades. Fela was more than a musician. He was a historian, social critic, and freedom fighter whose medium was
There you
sound.
have it.
It says a timeless lesson. True art is always dangerous to the status quo. I think that's a very perfect way to wrap that up. Daily headlines. Victor 316-725-476 says Fela's legacy continues to inspire generations around the world. This Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award is a long overdue recognition of his
100%. I agree.
monumental impact on music,
I agree.
culture, and activism. It says truly historic. I completely agree. Mr. Chiboy says finally, Fela didn't just make music, he built a movement, politically charged, revolutionary, and timeless. This Grammy recognition may be late, but it cements its global impact. Afrobeat isn't just a genre, it's culture, resistance, and history all in one. You know, I would, if I want to play devil's advocate, I would say, why did it even take this long? You know, this is how many decades after. And then is it an afterthought after you've used us to gain clout? Because if I want to play devil's advocate, I can also say it took a long time. And then again, that conversation about it not being on the main stage, I'm still curious to know why that award wasn't given on the main stage, because it deserved to be on the main stage. Yeah, those are my own.
I agree with you. I mean, truth be told, I don't see why we should have. Well, I don't know why they gave us the boys' quarter stage. No. The main house could have been a the deal for us, knowing that this is someone who not only excelled when it has to do with Afrobeat, but the creator himself of Afrobeat, right? And he saw what the other guy there said. He said, look, he didn't just create music, he created a movement. He gave you reason to think twice when you really want to be a corrupt person. Look, at that time, the fear of Fela was the beginning of wisdom. Because you know that if you messed up as a leader, or you are corrupt, or you do something that is not in line with the people's opinion, look, his next track will be about you. And even you yourself, you will think twice and say, this guy didn't lie, he said the truth. Fearless in nature, dogged in his activities, but more importantly, right, spoke his mind 100%. And I'm not surprised. They say apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You see what Shane was doing.
Yeah.
Shane was telling you the way it is. If you're corrupt, he will tell you. If you mess up, he will tell you. And he has a short fuse. Yeah. You better not come to him and say anything. He will attack you immediately.
He is certainly taking his father's, towing his father's footstep in the activism, not with music, because the other children are singing, maybe not with that activism that Fela used to sing. Right. So Fela, Sean sings, but like in his music, not quite, but the activism is personality.
It's
and I think it's actually interesting to see. But let's go to...
Before we go, I was opportune to watch Fela perform before he died. And I can tell you, there is no better feeling than that. You're watching him perform, you feel as if your pain, right, is being heard, and rhythm is added to it. There is no better feeling, I'm telling you, because you, in your mind, wow, someone actually is facing and attacking those who are stealing and making this country go down the drain.
And it's speaking, it's the voice for the voiceless.
Lifetime award, 100%, and they got it right this time.
Yeah. And speaking about Lifetime Award, legacy, and all of that, Nigerians are also reacting to the clash between filmmaker Kunle Afolayan and box office powerhouse Funke Akindele over the Nollywood promo grind. Now, Nollywood's evolving cinema promotion culture sparked the heated public debate following statements by two of the industry's influential figures. While speaking at the Lagos Business of Film Summit, Afolayan criticized the growing expectation that filmmakers must dance, create skits, and maintain constant online visibility to promote their cinema releases, describing the trend as exhausting and unsustainable. The acclaimed filmmaker said that the pressure surrounding promotion has become draining. Shortly after Afolayan's remarks went viral, Akindele also took to Instagram to seemingly bear mind on the issue. In our words, I'm not the one hindering your progress. Kari Kapo Yeni, some just basically talking about this. So she urged filmmakers to focus on innovation rather than criticism, noting that the sky is so big for everyone to fly. Honestly, I'm going to just quickly share my own thoughts on the two, because these are both like powerhouses in their right. Kule has been, creating Netflix, should I say bangers, Netflix me, I can use bangers even if it's movies, you know, back to back in the days, you know, he's been sort of, I would also say, a pace setter. You can also not, you know, talk down on Funke and the kind of work she's done, you know, when it comes to the box office. No, let me just, you know, just when it comes to the box office, you know, and then, of course, Tony Abraham coming also just side by side Funke. But there's also there's just one thing I want to note about people and, you know, just accepting, understanding what is, like, when to react to situation or when to, like, some things are not deep, it's not about you, because I watched the interview where Mr. Kunle Afolayan granted, and to be honest, he actually praised Funke. He says, because I'm just wondering, like, how do you take that, how do you twist it? You know, Tony did something that I really respect. Now he says, oh, like, I don't think Shafi Bello has also done such an interview. If you ask me, where she says she's not about that dancing to promote movie. I mean, if you have to dance to promote my movie, your movie, please count me out. You know, I think there's also this thing about this selective rage, because he said that, you know, it's not about that life of doing, like, having to dance, like, how exhausting is it. He said there has to be better channels of doing that. And he says, yes, and then he says something. Basket Mouth has also said this same thing, that it's not about dancing. The last time he had to, was it a Ghetto Love Story or something, when he was doing this thing, he did one from where he was dancing and he was like, guys, please just let me go and watch this movie. I don't want to dance again.
No, in his own case,
like, I just watch this movie.
You can always, you know, let it pass.
When Kunle Afolayan says, he says, I don't want to have to do this thing. Like, there has to be another channel of promoting. And he said something. He said, I give it to Funke and the likes that do this thing, but I can't. That's not criticism. That's not even a jab. He said, I give it to. It's like, oh, I give it to you. Like, you do this in men. It's not my style. But she took it the other way. And I think there's this thing with just like learn to just constructively understand where people are coming from. Because I saw another interview then that Kunle now did, saying that Funke called him to start ranting, get my name out of your mouth, and all those sub on social media to me. I'm like, oh, Funke, like, I really respect her work and all of that, but I think she maybe misunderstood it, because he said that Tony called him and says, boss, I hear you on that thing you said, like, I agree with you, but you know, some people have some capacity for some things than the other. Because I would say that Kunle is a self-aware person, saying that I understand, like, these guys can do this, but me, that's not the part I want to do. You see, Kemi Adetiba also doesn't do all of those dancing stuff. It's just like knowing your part. And you see what Tony did afterwards, something really strategic. After that comment, you know, of, I'm not sure, like, I can do this dancing thing, I give it to Funke and the likes, which the likes definitely being Tony Abraham. And she then went and did a promotion of her dancing, like some funny kind of comic video again, and they said that they go on to, you know, sort of like tongue in cheek, just bantering with what
the sarcastic response.
So you see that was someone that, and he said she even called him to say, boss, I hear that thing you said, like, but it's just what we have to do and all that. So it's not anything personal, but I think Funke just got it a little bit
so you know, you can't rub it off creatives in the creative industry, right? Emotions run very deep. It's not like in the banking sector where, you know, 1 + 1 is 2. When you're in the creative sector, what you might say might be perceived by the next person from a different light. However, having said this, I think the question now would be, what project is Kunle working on that he needs promo for? Because what I just said right now is not put him on the spotlight. And for those who understand this entertainment industry, understand, you know, the nitty-gritty and how the trajectory is, sometimes this so-called way of promoting and getting yourself out there could come from a different light. He's a smart guy. Someone who I've spoken to before a couple of times, you know, and I know that instead of him wanting to do what people expect, which is go and do a skit, whatever, he could just say, look, let me create some controversy and see who's going to jump on it. Before you know what's happening, just hear his movie is coming out.
Which is his own method. There's a movie he's promoting.
There we go. Of which, for me, I would say, look, we're business television. I want to see what's the business strategy to get this project out there. And for me, right, if he can withstand the heat and not see it as backlash insult from Funke Akindele and any other person, Good or fine, this is what he needs to push his project. So people are looking from that angle. Those who are on social media are basically just responding, let's go and see what's going on. They don't know. The more you go and scroll down, go and check what's going on. Look, YouTube and all this automation, they are paying him money. That is the fact. If he has a link that he can add to his profile, they'll link them to YouTube. They'll go and see what he's working on. So for me, look, controversy sells. So for what it is, this is social listening. Whoever is out there and basically thinking that, look, both of them are loggerheads are back to back, you'll be shocked that it's just another promotional strategy.
Oh, well, that could be its own special type of promotional strategy. I mean,
but for me, though,
devise their own way.
If I see $1 billion that I could make from box office, I'll just come and knock on your door personally. Elizabeth, please, can we go and dance and do a skit?
But you know, there was something that was really shocking for me was when he said that, you know, you could rake in how many billion and then you're only taking 10 million. That was crazy for me.
But that was a shade, though. But it's okay.
No, but that wasn't a shade. It's just saying the reality of things. Like, I don't want to have to rake in how many billions and I'm taking 10 million. True that. I mean, what it is. So, well, let's see the reactions on social media. You know, the good thing about this whole thing is, I think that they should be working for one, for one Nollywood. Do you understand? So that because what this can do is, because they are both powerhouses in their own right. So what this can do is create a divide in Nollywood, and we don't need a divide in Nollywood now. We need Nollywood to actually be together.
Together, so that the money can keep coming in.
Yeah, because there's one part. Because if you are trying to push Nollywood and then there's this divide, Nollywood is not going to advance. So we need them to actually come together and for us to advance. Because if there's a divide, we're just wasting time. So it's like we're taking 10 steps forward and 50 steps backward. But we see some of the comments on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting. I'm sure Nigerians get very emotional today. I'm not even excited.
Extremely emotional.
Bola says he didn't say it from a malicious place though. Exactly. It's more like understanding how stressful it is and saying he cannot go through the stress. Exactly. Femi Peters, I'm going to say something, Val, real quick. Nigerians have this thing. Wait, let me read this one. It says different business models at play. Kunle's model is contract production. He signs production contracts with guaranteed income upfront from studios like Netflix to produce shows and movies, and regardless of sales, he gets paid upfront. He doesn't have to do much in terms of promotion and the legwork Funke and the other cinema movie producers must go through to sell their movies.
Well, definitely.
Different approach and different realities.
Oh, well.
Let's see if we have one more comment. The Lawrence says, this is just like me saying, I wish I wasn't so shy. Oh, this comment says, this is just like me saying, I wish I wasn't so shy. I would have been dancing on TikTok in 2020. It isn't necessarily a dig to TikTokers. It's more of me complimenting them and wishing I had their talent and consistency. Personally, I don't think Kunle was trying to shade Funke. Because, the thing with social media can fan.
Of course, we fan the flames of war now. We know this.
Most of the people that might have even seen that video might have not even watched the entire thing. They might just see like an Instablog caption of, Instablog and their typical kind of caption say, Kunle talk stuff as or Kunle wages war. Nigerians will not bother to watch the video to get like context of how this person's conversation. They just go in the comment sections and just follow. Like if they see Val's comment, they see this person's comment, they see everybody's comment, they just follow through. Like, okay, this was about you. Have you not seen that thing where sometimes people say, did you even watch this video?
To draw in your own analysis. It's just
crazy. But I'm sure that they are mature enough to just hash it out and let's let Nollywood move forward. Like we don't need division.
Nollywood will move forward. The thing is, as it moves forward, let's make sure that people still work together. Unfortunately, when you see things like this, those who quickly want to, join a particular group, say, I'm team this or I'm team that against the next team. You don't even know this. That the people who you think are against each other, they're meeting somewhere, thinking of the next project, saying, let our fans and followers be giving us more promo while we're working on our project. We need such controversy. By the way, I think the Nollywood scene has been too quiet ever since, my man, Doche, has started to pipe down low. So something needs to just hit up a little bit to make it happen.
You like drama. You actually like drama. But our third conversation today is away from entertainment, away from the social space. This is about the conversation of the day, taxes. We've been on the tax conversation.
Now we're
since
talking a
last year.
story that makes more sense.
Now, this morning, a statement by Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform, says that taxpayers in Nigeria must file their annual tax returns by March 31st each year, regardless of income level or whether payee has already been deducted. Now, that one really caught me off guard as well when I saw it, and then I said to myself, by March. Now, the chairman said that employers are statutorily required to file annual tax reforms on behalf of their employees, including projections of staff remuneration for the year. He also dismissed the belief that employees whose pay taxes have been deducted are exempt from filing personal income tax returns. You see, this tax conversation has been
for the longest time.
It's holding Nigerians by the jugular. Let's see how Nigerians are reacting to the conversations, really, because it's a different ball game. Eastern Sun says a government that have implemented policies that have further impoverished citizens still wants them to file tax returns. I don't understand this. How many foreign investment have this government attracted? Can they give verifiable data on how many jobs it has created? No, just tax and tax. That's one reaction from Tamoge Eastern Sun. See if we have more reactions to this story, but like basically what we see is Nigerians they're not keen on it. Jasper says sometimes I doubt if Nigeria has all the legal papers to be a country.
I try not to laugh at this, but sometimes I keep saying this. Look, when you have your phone and data, say things or kind of contribute and let people see your smartness. It might sound funny, but words like this simply could throw a wrench in the engine, right? For crying out loud sake, yes, we have our problems and challenges. However, any economy, any country, any civilization that does not take tax seriously is only sitting on a keg of gunpowder. So I think Nigerians should wake up to reality. And this is why I said perfect story, because when it comes to things like this, I know this is what affects the lives of Nigerians and livelihood directly. Tax is not something that if you decide to evade, you're doing you're probably doing the country maybe this. Look, you're actually coming back to shoot yourself in the foot. However, if we are overtaxed, right? The question now should be, can we also have over? Well, you can have anything like over, but can we also have that equilibrium of things in the country that you can actually say this tax money is going here? Can we have better roads? Can we have better, power supply? Can we have things and amenities that can make lives and livelihood far more enjoyable? However, that's not even the case. People don't understand that this tax thing will come with several angles that you need to get clarity for before coming on social media and now say you think that maybe Nigeria doesn't have doesn't have enough papers to become to remain Nigeria or become Nigeria. Those are just for me, it doesn't carry any water. What I think we should be looking at right now should be, can we have NOA run out some short explainers out there, educate people, inform people, because information is key. And when you are taking people's money, if you don't inform them properly, you're only setting the ground for revolution tomorrow. Yes, it's important to pay your tax. Yes, it's important that taxpayers' money is used properly. However, it is also important that information dissemination is key. So the question back now to our people, right, is, are we informing the public properly? Yes, we can only come here as broadcasters and talk about what is given to us, but are we seeing sensitization going on? I think that's the part where we need to talk about.
That's certainly the part we need to talk about, but we will have to leave it here this morning on Social Listen. Thank you so much for watching the show, from the headlines, of course, the newspaper review, to, of course, Business Week, Big Story, and then Social Listen. Thank you for sticking with us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
Most definitely, Onyeka Valentine.
Until tomorrow, stay safe.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fisan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Good morning. You're welcome to Business News Hour right here on Business Day Television. My name is Norma Obuna. Here are the top headlines shaping the business scene today. NGX All-Share Index slips 0.09%. Petrol price surge sparks calls for crude subsidy. Shell starts key maintenance activity on Bonga vessel. Businesses buckle under debt as defaults push bad loans to 21.2 trillion naira. We begin today's business news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian Index Exchange Limited dipped 0.09% last week, closing at 165 and 370.40 points, while market capitalization rose to 0.18% to 106.153 trillion naira. Most sector indices closed higher except for NGX 30, consumer goods, premium banking, pension, growth, and NGX pension board, which recorded modest declines ranging from 0.13 to 1.13%. Investors traded 3.087 billion shares worth 81.505 billion naira in 222 and 185 deals, down from the previous week. The financial services sector led activity, accounting for 48.45% of turnover volume and 41.62% of turnover value. Top traded equities by volume were Veritas Capital Assurance, Cortex, and Secure Electronic Technology, making up 16.63% of total market value. In corporate actions, Guarantee Trust Holding and Presco PLC listed new shares through a private placement and rights issue, increasing their total issued shares. And meanwhile, petroleum product marketers say subsidizing crude oil supply to local refineries is the most effective way to protect Nigerians from a surging spike in petrol prices. They urge the federal government to intervene urgently. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria has appealed to President Bola Tinubu to subsidize crude sold to the Dangote refinery and extend the Naira for crude arrangement for other modular refineries. This follows a recent price hike by the Dangote refinery, which pushed petrol pump prices to about 839 per litre at MRS and other outlets. Global crude prices have also climbed above $70 per barrel. IPMAN spokesperson, Chinedu Ukadike says crude oil price volatility directly impacts fuel costs, making a special pricing deal necessary to stabilize pump prices nationwide. He adds that subsidized crude would cushion price shocks, limit increases in goods and services, and ease pressure on consumers and marketers alike. And also, Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company Limited says it has commenced a turnaround maintenance activity at the Bonga floating production, storage, and offloading vessel. In a statement on Sunday, the oil giant said the exercise is a statutory and integrity assurance program aimed at extending the life of the facility. The Bonga floating production, storage, and offloading vessel is set to resume operations in March following a scheduled turnaround maintenance. Shell Managing Director Ronald Adams says the maintenance is aimed at ensuring the FPSO continues to operate safely and efficiently for the next 15 years while reducing unplanned shutdowns and strengthening the facility's resilience. The work covers inspections, compliance checks, asset upgrades, and subsea improvements to ensure long-term operation. And moving on, banks in Nigeria are facing rising loan defaults with non-performing loans across the top 11 lenders increasing to 21.2 trillion naira at the end of Q3 2025, up from 20.2 trillion naira at the end of 2024. 9 of the 11 banks recorded higher NPLs, with Tier 1 banks holding the largest share of 17.63 trillion naira. All 6 Tier 2 banks also saw growth in bad loans, collectively reaching 3.54 trillion naira, a 10% increase over the previous year. The surge reflects ongoing economic pressures on households and businesses. The Central Bank of Nigeria confirmed the trend, noting that NPL ratio rose to 5.76% above the regulatory benchmark of 5%. To support banks, the CBN has extended moratoriums, allowed loan restructuring, and adjusted intervention facility rates. The Apex Bank also mandated suspension of dividends and executive bonuses until banks restore capital adequacy and provisioning levels, aiming to safeguard financial stability. And now in a major development, the federal government has disbursed a total of 2.45 trillion naira to state governments and federal capital territory to support infrastructure and security projects, according to the official records from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. The funds were released between March 2024 and August 2025, covering a 17-month period. The intervention was designed to strengthen security operations and accelerate infrastructure development across states, especially amid rising fiscal pressure. Documents presented at the December 2025 FAAC meeting show the payments were funded entirely from non-oil revenue savings, with the full 2.45 trillion naira disbursed and no balance remaining as of August 25, 2025. And in 2024, states received 1.184 trillion naira, while disbursements rose to 1.266 trillion naira in 2025, reflecting sustained funding support over the 2 years. The program is part of the Infrastructure Support Fund approved after fuel subsidy removal, though concerns remain about transparency and how states utilize the funds. In other news, cargo agents at Murtala Mohammed Airport, Lagos, have petitioned top authorities, including the Inspector General of Police and the Director General of Civil Aviation, over a dispute with the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria. The agents allege FAN threatened to demolish their secretariat after they rejected a new tariff regime, which raises cargo charges from 7 naira to 25 naira per kilogram across all FAN-managed airports. They claim the planned demolition violates agreement made with FAN nearly 15 years ago regarding occupancy and operations. FAN had issued an immediate notice to quit on January 27, citing non-compliance with previous directives. The cargo associations rejected the notice, describing it as a punitive and retaliatory. Deputy President of the NAGAFF, Shegun Musa, said the demolition threat disregards established agreements and accused FAN of attempting to enforce compliance without providing alternative facilities. I'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll bring you more updates from the Business News Hour. Stay with us.
Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At
Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. The National Pension Commission has launched a self-service online platform for data recapture in collaboration with pension fund administrators. The data recapture self-service platform went live on 1st February 2026 to address inconsistencies in retirement savings account records. PenCom says the digital platform allows RSA holders who joined the contributory pension scheme before 1st July 2019 to update their personal data remotely without visiting their PFA branches. Accurate data ensures contributors and retirees can access key pension services, including retirement benefits, RSA transfers, and withdrawals of mortgages or temporary job loss. The platform integrates with the National Identity Management Commission database, providing biometric verification and digital signatures to validate updates securely. RSA holders complete online forms and upload supporting documents, while PFAs review submissions and provide timely feedback. PenCom says the rollout will enhance data integrity, modernize pension administration, improve service delivery, and increase public confidence in the scheme. And moving on, PwC has warned that while Nigeria's macroeconomic stability is improving with easing inflation and growing business confidence, the central bank's benchmark interest rate is unlikely to fall as quickly as many businesses hope. Speaking at PwC's Executive Roundtable on Nigeria's 2026 budget and economic outlook in Lagos, Chief Economist Olusegun Zaccheaus noted that despite lower inflation, interest rates cuts while remain gradual due to structural pressures and upcoming election year. PwC Regional Senior Partner Sam Abu highlighted rising optimism among non-Nigerian executives, with 90% expecting economic improvement in the next 12 months, but warned that confidence must be matched with action. Business Day publisher Frank Ibogun stressed that Nigeria's key fiscal challenge is inadequate revenue rather than inefficiencies alone, limiting the country's development capacity. And still on, the Nigeria Governors Forum has prioritized sugar as high key driver of industrial development across the country. The forum also agreed that sugar projects should be highlighted in engagements with domestic and international development partners. The decision follows proposals from the National Sugar Development Council to halt raw sugar imports, create jobs, and achieve self-sufficiency in production. NSDC Executive Secretary Kamea Barkane identified 11 states with suitable land for large-scale sugarcane cultivation, including Oyo, Kano, Kaduna, and Taraba. He said recent exchange rate trends have improved the commercial viability of local sugar production. He also highlighted that the industry's economic potential, valued at $2 billion locally and $7 billion on the after. The forum pledged that the coordinates federal and state policies, integrate communities throughout grower schemes, and unlock sugar's potential for job creation, rural development, and sustainable agro-industrial growth. Also, the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, CPPE, has urged the federal government to establish a rules-based national farm price stabilization framework to shield Nigerian farmers from recurring price shocks and income losses. In a statement, CCPE CEO Dr. Muda Yusuf said the absence of a structured mechanism has exposed farmers to imports-driven price crashes, seasonal gluts, and distress sales, undermining livelihoods, investment, and the agricultural value chain. The think tank stressed that a well-designed framework would prevent sharp price collapses during harvest, protect farmer incomes, strengthen agro-processing value chains, and ensure stable supply for processors and consumers. CPPE warned that interventions must follow global best practices, be market-friendly, and avoid open-ended government purchases, operating strictly as a stabilizing backstop. The organization also highlighted structural challenges, including poor storage, weak logistics, and limited market information as key drivers of seasonal price volatility, urging reforms to ensure long-term agricultural stability and growth. And now, away from that story, the World Bank's Mission 300 initiative is set to provide household electricity to 17.5 million Nigerians as officials engage the federal government to drive job creation, private sector growth, and broader national development. The initiative forms part of the World Bank's group's support for Nigeria's reform agenda. Anna Berdi, Managing Director of Operations, will begin a 3-day visit on February 1st, 2026 to consult the government officials, private sector leaders, and civil society ahead of the bank's upcoming country partnership framework. The project aims to expand in energy access, improve productivity, support small businesses, and enhance living standards in underserved communities by complementing ongoing power sector reforms. Mission 300 is expected to reduce pressure on the national grid and attract private investment into distributed energy solutions. And now to end the business news hour, Elon Musk's SpaceX has filed with the U.S. Federal Communications Commission to launch up to 1 million satellites to provide artificial intelligence computing power from orbit. The move aims to meet soaring AI processing demands that traditional ground-based data centers are struggling to handle. The proposed satellites would operate in low Earth orbit between 500 and 2,000 kilometers above the planet, using solar power to deliver energy-efficient AI computations globally. SpaceX says the orbital centers would reduce the environmental footprint compared to conventional data centers, which consume significant energy and water. Experts have warned that deploying hardware in orbit at such scale carries high costs, collision risks, and potential space debris challenges. Musk insists the vastness of space also allows safe deployment. Starlink, SpaceX's existing satellite network, currently operates over 11,000 satellites, serving more than 9 million customers worldwide. The plan reflects a broader trend of space-based computing as demand for AI accelerates energy and infrastructure needs across the globe. And with that, we wrap up today's Business News Hour. My name is Norma Obuna. Thank you for joining us, and stay with BusinessDay Television for the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and insights shaping the business world.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Mosef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Mosef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlights, the show where bold ideas, visionary founders, and innovative businesses take center stage. My name is Gloria Brown, and today's conversation, we're going to explore how cultural and experiential brands are driving today's economy. Before I move on, experiential brands are brands that focus on creating memorable experiences for their customer rather than just selling a product or service. And joining us is Stephen Akpoveta, the founder of House of Oni, a founded silent disco Africa, and now the largest estate rental company in Nigeria. Stevie, you're welcome to Startup Spotlight.
Hey, it's a pleasure to be here.
Like you said, all this introduction from me. Yes.
We thank God.
Can you take us back to the start? Tell us a little bit about what House of Oni is all about and how this idea came.
So when you say start, do you mean when I started House of Oni, or do you mean when I started doing events?
Okay. For me, I'm really not too familiar with House of Oni. And so educate me and also the public about what House of Oni is and what the silent disco Africa is all about.
So I like to think of House of Oni as a merger of three different experiences. So the Nigerian experience, the American, and the European, because and let me start from when I was in Nigeria. So first, I've been doing events for a while. So I've been doing events since 2000. And I came back, or I don't say I came back like an IDGB, but
I could come back.
I moved back in 2014 and I did a couple of things. I started doing House of Wind in 2017. a friend of mine came into town and she was like, "Oh, how come you're not doing events? We're doing this in States because I won an award like Event Plan of the Year at the Nigerian Entertainment Awards." And she was like, "How come you're not doing events again?" And I was like, "You know what? I haven't found that thing that I want to do that speaks to me like this is it." And as God will have it, 2 weeks or 3 weeks later, I just happened to go to a Sunday school. It was put on by another company. And I was like, "Oh my God, this is it." So I never.
So at that point, you got the green lights, like, this is something I want to do.
Yeah. Something said at that point, I think I saw their ad online, and for some reason I just got excited. And I never get excited about anything. You can ask me, I'm very, very mellow. So I'm like, "Oh my God, like this is very interesting. I want to go. And I bought some tickets for like me and about 5 or 6 friends. And only 2 of us went. And the thing was, I had the experience and I was like, "Oh my God, that's when the green light came. I was like, this is it. Like, I really want to do this." And I spoke to the guys that were having the event. I was like, "I would like to do this. Like, how can I go about it? What are the processes?" And I remember they laughed at me and said, "Oh, we hear this a lot and everything." And I was like, I was going to do it. Then fast forward a couple months forward, Easter, I just called them a week before and I was like, "I want to do my event next week." And they're like, "It's too soon." And I was like, "If I don't start now, I'll start." And that's how House of Day started.
That's good.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the early days. Were there challenges, the challenges you faced during your early days, and how did you overcome them?
So I think the early days were the best days because I had the most fun.
Wow.
Yeah, it was more fun then. The reason why I say it was more fun then, it was, it's always, and I think for every entrepreneur, like people that are building brands, it's always interesting when you're starting something new. That's always like, you're trying to make that new experience state. Because exactly, because everybody was like, "Oh, you're trying to silent display, it's never going to work." Then Nigerians like loud music. We have to go to the club and feel that loud music where we can't talk. And I was like, and I think that even gave me more motivation, more fire to say that I've been doing events for a while, and if I like this, I'm sure a lot of people will be like me and they'll actually like it. And that was why I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do whether they like it or not. So
How was the first try?
First try.
How did you convince them? It's like, let's try this.
I had about 120 people show up.
Wow, the first try.
First try.
That was massive.
No, 40 people paid, and I paid for the rest.
Oh my God.
So 40 people paid, and I paid for the rest. But for me, it was one of those things where it was a proof of concept. Like, would people like it? Would people enjoy it? And what now happened is, so House of New was built mainly on referrals and word of mouth. Wow. So the first time they came in, and they enjoyed it. And I got their details, and from there, it just started growing, and we're here now. So the early days were the most fun because I had more interactions with my customers. I knew most of them by names. They would look forward to come for the events, and it was a situation where if some of them did not come, I would say, "Oh, I've not seen you in a while." I'll call them, "Are you okay? What's going on?" and stuff like that. Now it's a lot bigger, so I don't know most of my customers like I used to. And a lot of them don't really know who I am, which is also interesting and intentional. But it's the early days were the best days because it was more fun. Things were easier then, less responsibilities. So it was more fun then.
Okay, let's talk about your experience when you were staying abroad. You know, at the point you came back to Nigeria and then you started doing this.
Yeah.
Was there experiences that you took back that actually helped in your business back in Nigeria?
Okay, so yes, I think every experience helps out with what you're doing as a whole. I was the first person to bring Star Plus, Sonny Neji, Samuel Posa, and them to the US for Houston because I was doing events in Houston. And I think one of the things I learned the most that has kept me going is consistency. You have to be consistent in whatever you're doing. A lot of people start and it doesn't work the way they think it's going to work and they stop doing it. But I think what I got from the States that has helped me to now is just consistency, structure, and just genuinely liking what you do and adding a little bit of customer service to it.
You know, Nigerians, I won't say we are very hard to please, but getting you to please Nigerians when it comes to things like this are very difficult sometimes. Sure. You don't know what they would like, you don't know what they would like. So how do you balance, how do you know what the audience wants when it comes to the music, the memories, the experiment when it comes to you setting up events for people?
Feedback. So the easiest question to or answer to that is feedback. So and most of my customers the ones that know me can tell you that I'm always asking for feedback. I'm always like, oh, what did you like? What did you not like? What would you like to see? And stuff like that. And I think a lot of people messed up, but feedback is really key. And it's not just feedback, it's also being able to sort through the fluff in the sense that somebody giving you feedback might not be a genuine feedback. So you need to be able to take that feedback and say, okay, I can do this, but I can't do this. I can do this, but I can't do this. And now figure out where you're going with that. So I would say feedback is the most important aspect of that.
Oh, that's true. Can you walk us through the approach that you use in scaling your brand that is not or was not familiar to the audience in Nigeria?
I don't want to give out my trade secrets.
Can you give us a little bit of it?
So I studied marketing and supply chain logistics.
Oh.
So for me, it's thinking about things big picture wise, the logistics of everything. And I'll just leave it at that. It's thinking big picture and logistics and understanding certain aspects of the market. So that's what I was saying.
Let's talk about funding.
Okay.
Some startups at the start, they struggle with capital on how to start.
Yeah.
How were you able to get this fund?
Startup is very, very interesting. I thank God for family.
Oh my God.
So startup was friends and family. And again, the other guys, like I said, Sam Disco Lagos, they were the ones that started doing the events before me. They were very helpful in the sense that when I first started, they were working with me when I was doing the rentals from them. And I think they also liked my consistency. So they would give me headsets and I'll pay as you go and stuff like that. Then at the point where it was time to start buying mine, I had to do the typical thing that all entrepreneurs do is you go and beg your family members and say, I have come again or support me and everything. And, you know, I'm thankful that I had awesome friends and awesome family members that are very supportive. And that's how I started. So it took me a while to pay them back. Some of them used to look at me with side eye, but I would definitely give it to them as friends and family.
At any point, was there any financial risk that you took that eventually paid off?
I would say starting the business was in itself a financial risk because I know I took a loan of about $20,000 from my sister and also from other family members as well. And it was one of those things that you're just like, okay, this is going to make or break me because I need to be able to make enough money coming in so I can pay back or service the loan because you don't want to lose that trust with the family member in case you want to do other things. So it was one of those things where it's like you have that gut feeling and you're like, you know what, I need to take this next step and go from there. So, but with every business, it's always a financial risk because I tell people that I'm thankful and I thank God I'm lucky that the business is working and we're still expanding. But at the same time, I know I've seen other companies that have started with more money than me or less money and they didn't start. So everything is always a financial risk. You just have to just keep pushing consistency and just say, be Nigerian and say, God, I beg you.
Help me.
Yeah. But it's always a financial risk. It's just because you never know how it's going to turn out. Yeah. You might just take that risk, take that money, buy all these headsets, and the next thing you know, people stop coming, which happened.
Let's talk about what you just said.
Yeah.
Was there at any point that you had a little bit of doubt in your mind that, do you think this will work? That you thought, are you sure this is going to work? Was there any point you had doubt, you had fear? If yes, how did you overcome them?
So yes, I did. It was after I took the 20K loan from my sister and we bought the headsets and we were pushing events and it was a December period or 30 December period. And I think for the first 2 or 3 weeks or November into December, people were not actually coming. And I remember looking at myself and saying that, God, is this it? Is this why we're here? Like, and stuff like that. But it was one of those things where I know me and my staff members then were talking about it and they're like, you know what, let's just keep pushing. And it was all those things where at that point it was like, God. But, like I said, it's just, anybody talk to its events, it's called entrepreneurship. It's always about consistency. It was just like, you know what? It's happened. How do we move from here? And that's where you now start re-strategizing for the future and say, okay, what did we do wrong? And it's almost like project management where you have like a closer report. So it's one of the things I'm always talking to my staff about, that, okay, it's not just about doing an event. It's like after you're done with the event, do you go back and review what you did and everything? Because I keep telling them that we need to treat every event like it's our first event. And the reason for that is if you don't do it that way and you get comfortable or you feel like, oh, it's how so many people always come, that's the moment people stop coming, because it means you don't like it as much. It means you're not giving as much as you used to. So at that point, things feel like they're going. So my policy in my head is I treat every event like it's my first event. So it means if people are not coming and people are not paying, I'm like, why? What's going on? What can we do to make them come? Just like it's my first event, because you never want to lose that edge.
Tell me about your style.
Yeah.
How do you keep them motivated? Because, staffs are like the backbones of any company. We can't do everything ourselves. We need staffs. How do you keep them motivated?
That's a very interesting question. So I've been blessed to have awesome staff. I think you have to find a thin line between your personal relationship and the work relationship. It took me a while to figure that out. I'm at that point where nowadays I feel like it's more of a football team where you're looking at everybody. And I've been telling them this recently, and they're looking at me with like, oh, God's come again. But I'm like, you know what?
Why do you use the football team as an example?
Because the thing I first started off as we're a family, and that worked when we're a small company, where it was only 1 or 2 events and everything. But we started from just doing one silent disco in Lagos to now doing 2 in Lagos, 2 in Abuja, 2 in Port Harcourt, 1 in Enugu. We're doing the old school party. We're doing karaoke events like every week. So we've grown from that point of just one event to having at least 20, 30 events a month. So you can't have that principle of family. Yes, I like my staff. Yes, on an individual level, I like them. We have good relationships. But when it comes to the business, where the team relation comes in, you're like the football team or soccer team. Everybody wants to win the trophy. Using Man City, for example, everybody wants to win like Man City. And if you're looking at the coach, if players are not performing, he either benches them or he trades them out. And same thing where if the staff don't like the team or they don't feel like they're going to be at the team, they are able to trade out and go somewhere else. So if you treat it like a football team, it's a situation where you want all your best players playing at the same time or playing every time so that you're winning and you're scoring goals, so that way you can keep progressing. Same through the business. So I'm at that point where it's now a situation of, from a business perspective, if you're not happy and you don't feel like this is for you, that's fine. We can agree to go our separate ways. But I need you to perform because, again, we're trying to win trophies, make money. In this situation, make money. So if you're not delivering, then we'll now have to review and say, okay, is it time to bench this person? Then have a conversation or have a pep talk. Okay, what's the issue? What's going on? Or is it time for us to go our separate ways because you're not delivering? It doesn't mean I don't like you as an individual person. It just means how are we performing as a whole and go from there.
Yeah, because if the staffs are not performing well, how will your clients or your customers be able to be satisfied with what we're doing? Talking about your customers, as a founder and you've been in this business for a very long time, how do you know what your customers want? Like, how do you know what they really want? Like, are they coming for the novelty? Are they coming for cultural connection or the overall experience? I know you said feedback.
Yeah.
But still, how, like, you know what I'm saying, right?
So, I think so there's, I think everybody comes to selling this for different reasons. You have those that come for the novelty of it and they come first and like, oh, silence, I've experienced it. And they move on. You have some that outgrow it, and you have some that genuinely enjoy it.
Yeah.
I have a customer, I'll use Mr. Yemi as an example. Mr. Yemi loves dancing, and he loves the fact that he can be in his own world, enjoying his music and dancing wherever he is. So he's someone that has come for multiple events consistently, and that's Mr. Yemi. I still have other people that are like, you know what, I need to detach from all the noise and everything, and they will come once like every 2 or 3 months. And I've had customers that are like, only I came, I enjoyed it, but it's not really for me. So you have to understand that not every customer is for you. You have to understand that you're not going to get everybody. It's just a matter of making sure that the ones that actually enjoy it and they like it, you keep making it as interesting and as enjoyable for them every time they keep coming.
Keeping up with the trends it can be something very difficult.
Yeah.
How do you keep up with trends, new trends coming up? How do you keep up to make your business or your brand relevant?
Okay. So for that, I would say thank you to my staff for that, because I can't keep up with the trends. So if you go on my page, you press some trend videos, some of them where they're even making fun of me and everything. So I give that to my staff and I thank them for that, because I make fun of them and say that, how are you guys doing digital marketing and you don't have trends and you're not keeping up with trends? But if you're asking me as an individual, how do I keep up with trends? I'll start laughing because I'm hardly on social media. And so it's hard for me to even keep up with trends. So for that trend part, or for that question, I'll give it up to myself, because they are actually the ones that keep up with the trends. They're the ones that do the videos. All I do is they just want to say, we need money for this. And I look at them like, why? You're here again. But for the trend stuff, I give it to them. They're the ones that actually handle all of that. So that's how, for me, I look at trends in the aspect of from a business perspective. But when you're looking at trends, social media and stuff like that, I have to give to my team. They're the ones that take care of that.
What qualities would you say are the best for like young entrepreneurs who are looking forward to dive into this kind of businesses? What kind of qualities do you think, as a founder, like based on your experience, that they can adapt to?
So that's a very interesting question. So the thing is, it's different for everybody, right? I can't tell young entrepreneurs to get into it and do it. The reason why is because everybody has something that works for them. A lot of Nigerians tend to want to do things because they see somebody doing it and they feel like there's money in it. So sometimes a few might come from my events and they'll see 300 or 400 people there and they're like, it's how, the Nigeria thing, they start calculating that this, it's cashing out and everything. But a lot of people might not realize, like I told you, you asked me a question about my first event, and I told you that it was about 120 people, and only about 40 people actually pay for the event. I pay for the remaining. So there are a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that a lot of people are not privy to. There are a lot of discounts, there are a lot of freebies that go on. So they might come in and see 400 people and think like, oh my God, this is a great business. I bring all these people, all of this and everything. So my advice is do something you actually enjoy doing, so that even when it becomes hard, you're still happy to wake up every morning, do it. And even if you're broke, you don't have money in your mind, you're like, I'm enjoying it. Because the thing is, if you're doing any business, by the time you get to that point where you're not making money, money's not coming in, you start getting discouraged. And if you don't like what you're doing enough, it's hard for you to continually or consistently do it to actually make money from it. So my advice is, it's not necessarily about entering selling the disco, but it'd be more like, you know what, if you're going to do something, I advise you do something you actually genuinely like doing, and something that would just make you happy. Because if you're not happy, you can't do it. And that's when we can consistently keep doing it just to go. It takes you from that, I'm doing my hobby, I'm doing what I like doing, for it to now become a business. I'm making money from it. So you need that joy and that consistency to keep it going.
If you were to go back in time, would there be anything you would have done differently?
Saving more money, I bought more headsets. But yeah, there are a lot of things I would have done differently. And I think, honestly, there are lots. There's no, how how do I say? So I don't regret my experiences. I think I could have handled a lot of things differently in hindsight. But again, I needed to have gone through those experiences to be where I am now. So, like I said, I wish I started selling disco earlier. But again, there are some things where there's something about innovation, right? I don't think, when it comes to innovation, I don't think any innovation is wrong. I just think it's a time for the innovation. So somebody, before the selling disco guy, somebody else tried it and it was not successful. Then they did and I did it and it now became successful. So I don't think there's any bad idea. I just think it's when you actually decide to do the idea. And whether there's for lack of a better term, supply and demand, going back to economics, is the time you're not providing that supply, is there a demand for it? If you decide to move the supply for something, there's no demand, then obviously there's just supply and nobody's interested. But if you come in at that time when there's a nice equilibrium, then you're good to go.
Yeah, thank you so much. So finally, the last question.
Sure.
What's your future plan for House of Oni? And also, how do you intend the silent disco party or House of Oni to keep the Nigerian culture and the experiential brand going?
So let me answer this. I'll separate the questions into two. What's the future for House of Oni? I think the goal for me, or for the future of House of Oni, is to do events pan-Nigeria. So we're currently in Lagos, we're currently in Abuja, we're currently in Enugu and Port Harcourt. So we're trying to go into other cities as well. So we're trying to go into Ibadan, we're trying to go into a couple of other cities. So we're working on it. We're trying to do a lot more events that relate to different people, because silent disco appeals to a certain group of people. But like I said earlier, people tend to grow out of all those experiences. So the goal for me is to have something that appeals to everybody at the different points in times in their life. So, for example, the R&B party appeals to the millennials that might not want to come for silent disco anymore. Karaoke appeals to the workers that are just leaving work and they need like a happy hour place to go and just have fun with their friends and stuff like that. So it's to go pan-Nigeria and pan-Africa and just create experiences for that. For the second question about what's the second question?
So the second question is, how does House of Oni intend to keep the experiential economy and the brand ongoing?
Honestly with you, the plan for that is to just keep, and it goes back to my first answer, is just keep innovating and just trying to figure out what is it that people are actually looking for. I believe my market is more focused. I know my market. So my market is more the 22 to 45-year-olds that have their businesses or are working and everything. So it's more a situation of, as I get feedback from them on certain things they want to see or what they want to do, it's finding that balance between listening to your customers and now actually delivering on what they're looking for. So it's a give and take. So how do we intend to do it, so keep it being innovative, is to keep trying to find those little things that people really want or people are really looking for, and I'll provide it for them so that way they are happy and they keep coming back.
Thank you so much, Stevie, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insight and also for sharing your journey of House of Oni.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That wraps up today's Startup Spotlight. Big thanks to Stephen Apoveta, founder of House of Oni and Silent Disco Africa, for sharing this amazing journey. I'm your host, Larry Brown. If you love this episode, subscribe, like, comment, and share to keep the inspiration flowing. See you next time for more stories of startup shaping today's economy.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Mosef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is the Business Day Television Media Bulletin, coming to you live from our studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, NGX gains 6.27% in January 2026. Oil and gas sector grabs spotlight. And Dangote Refinery expand gas deals with NNPC to secure fuel for expansion programs. Nigeria loses 225,000 barrels per day as Shell begins major maintenance on Bonga oil platform. And Otedola attributes first Holdco's 2025 profit decline to 748 billion naira impairment. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. The Nigerian equities markets closed January 2026, the first trading month of the year, on a strong note, rising 6.27% as over 15 billion shares exchanged hands.
Tracked by the all-share index, the market rose from 155,612.9 points to 165,370.4, gaining 9,705.5 points and decisively breaking above the 160,000 mark for the first time. Most gains occurred in the first 3 trading weeks, with the index peaking above 166,000 points before a mild pullback reduced returns in the final 2 weeks of January. And despite the late pullback, January's gain reflected broad-based sectoral participation, with stocks across the market contributing to the rally, led by strong performance in the oil and gas sector. And according to trading data from the Nigerian exchange, the oil and gas sector led monthly performance, emerging as the biggest contributor to the all-share index in January. And moving on, the Dangote Group subsidiaries said on Monday that they had bolstered gas supply contracts with NNPC units to support expansion plans, aligning with Nigeria's shift towards cleaner energy and industrial growth. Dangote Petroleum Refinery, Dangote Fertilizer Plant, and Dangote Cement PLC said on Monday the contracts were signed with Nigerian Gas Marketing Limited and NNPC Gas Infrastructure Company at the Nigeria Gas Master Plan 2026 in Abuja. They did not disclose the contracted volumes. Nigerian launched the master plan on Friday, aimed at fixing the gas sector by expanding infrastructure, improving supply, attracting investment, and making gas a key driver of economic growth. The plan targets raising national output to 10 billion cubic feet per day by 2027, from about 8 billion cubic feet per day currently, and to 12 BCF per day by 2030, while attracting more than $60 billion in investments across value chain. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Ekperikpe Ekpo, said the plan shifts from policy drafting to execution, emphasizing that Nigeria's challenge lies in converting its reserves into reliable supply and economic value. And still on, Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company Limited has launched a maintenance program on its Bonga floating oil platform, a critical asset producing more than 225,000 barrels per day in one of Nigeria's most significant deep water development. The company said the turnaround maintenance on the Bonga floating production storage and offloading vessel is designed to extend the facility's operational life by 15 years, ensuring continued safe production from offshore field. Operations are, however, expected to resume in March following completion of the work. Now, according to reports, the encompasses regulatory authority, certification processes, regulatory compliance checks, and major integrity upgrades with engineering modification aimed at improving long-term operations and subsea assurance activities also included in the scope. Now, located approximately 120 kilometers offshore in water depths exceeding 1,000 meters, the Bonga FPSO has a production capacity of 2,225 barrels of oil and 150 million standard cubic feet of gas daily. Now coming up, Ortedola attributes first holdco's 2025 profit decline to 748 billion naira impairment. We bring you more after this commercial break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is still the media bulletin and still on the Nigerian scene. Chairman of First Holdco PLC, Femi Otedola, has attributed First Holdco's profit decline in 2025 to a deliberate 748 billion naira one-off impairment taken to clean up legacy bad loans and strengthen the bank's balance sheet. This clarification was made by Otedola in a statement shared on his official X page, coming after the company's 2025 financial results revealed a sharp drop in pre-tax profits despite strong underlying interest income, prompting questions from investors about the health of the business. According to Otedola, the steep earnings decline reflects a strategic balance sheet cleanup rather than weak business performance. Looking ahead, Otedola said First Holdco is entering 2026 lighter, cleaner and better prepared for the recapitalization era and sustained growth. And away from that story, Kano State is moving to reclaim its position as the North Economic Nerve Center with a proposed 1 trillion naira metropolitan rail system. This is coming as the federal government accelerates the delivery of the Kaduna-Kano standard gauge rail, with both interventions expected to significantly lower the cost of doing business in the state. The state governor, Abba Kabir Yusuf, revealed the rail plan while addressing Kano's contingent at the 2025 National Quranic Recitation Competition in Borno State, describing it as a strategic investment aimed at unlocking productivity, easing the movement of goods and labor, and restoring Kano's competitive edge. According to a statement by Sanusi Bature Dawakin Tofa, the governor's spokesperson, the proposed Kano Metropolitan Rail Service will connect key commercial districts across the city, providing an affordable mass transit system that reduces travel time for workers, traders, and service providers. And also, the Nigeria Data Protection Commission has revealed that the country's data protection ecosystem has grown into a 16.2 billion naira industry within just 2 years of formal regulation. This was revealed by the National Commissioner and Chief Executive Officer of the NDPC, Vincent Olatunji, during a media workshop and capacity building engagement held in Lagos. The Commission says the growth reflects rising enforcement, compliance activity, and increasing confidence in Nigeria's digital governance framework, even though the NDPC was not designed as a revenue-generating agency. Olatunji explained that the regulatory compliance fees and enforcement actions under the Nigeria Data Protection Act 2023 have created significant economic value, while also contributing to government revenue and job creation across the country. And to end the local news, former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, has described politicians as Nigerians' problem, insisting that the country is not poor. Speaking on Sunday during a Thanksgiving service, marking the 50th anniversary of Oyo State at St. Peter's Cathedral, Aremo, Ibadan, Obi appealed to Nigerians to pray for politicians that God may guide them to use public funds responsibly. The former governor of Anambra State also spoke about the remarkable progress made in Ibadan under Governor Sheyi Makinde, describing the city as both historic and transformative. And coming up, South African rand sinks against stronger dollar. We bring you this and more after the short break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. insurance. After God, like the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. We now head to the African scene where the South African rand trampled against a stronger dollar on Friday as traders wait the release of monthly economic data from the Central Bank, Revenue Service Agency, and the National Treasury. And according to reports, the rand traded at 15.9850 against the dollar, marking about 1.5% weaker than Thursday's close. The dollar was up 0.5% against a basket of currencies, while gold slumped over 4% on U.S. President Donald Trump's choice for a new chair of the Federal Reserve. And according to reports, Trump has picked former Fed Governor Kevin Walsh to head the U.S. Central Bank when Jerome Powell termed end in May. Unlike other risk-sensitive currencies, the rand often takes cues from global drivers such as U.S. policy in addition to local factors. Also, Britain's foreign minister said she would use a visit to Ethiopia on Monday to focus on measures to try to stem rising numbers of migrants from the Horn of Africa seeking to reach the United Kingdom. Viete Cooper said job creation partnerships would dissuade people from leaving Ethiopia, while stronger law enforcement cooperation was essential to counter smuggler gangs and speed up returns of migrants with no right to stay in Britain. Successive British governments have reportedly tried to tackle illegal immigration, an issue which has helped to propel populist campaigner Nigel Farage's Reform UK party into a commanding opinion poll led, and the British Foreign Ministry revealed that around 30% of people crossing the English Channel on small boats over the past 2 years were nationals from Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia, and Sudan. And on the foreign scene, oil prices slide Monday as investors dialed back fears of a supply shock after the U.S. President Donald Trump's statement on Iran signaled a possible easing in tensions between Tehran and Washington. Trump has repeatedly warned Iran of a possible intervention if it failed to reach a nuclear deal or continued cracking down on domestic protests, which Tehran claims are fueled by the West. The comments came after Iran's top security official Ali Lajani said on X that the preparation for negotiations were underway. Oil prices rose to a 6-month high recently amid fears the United States would carry out a military strike against Iran as Washington last week deployed a massive armada towards Iran, a move that raised fears of a confrontation with the Middle Eastern country. And Elon Musk SpaceX has filed an application to launch up to 1 million satellites into orbit to provide artificial intelligence computing power. And this is according to a filing with the U.S. Federal Communications Commission submitted on Friday. The plan comes as demand for AI processing continues to outpace the capabilities of traditional ground-based data centers. The application claims orbital data center are the most energy and most efficient solution to meet growing global demand for AI. SpaceX argues that these on-ground centers are already struggling to keep pace with AI's growth. Up next, sport.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. We now head to the sports scene where Atletico Madrid have confirmed they have reached an agreement with Atlanta to sign Nigerian winger Ademola Lookman. In a statement on Sunday, the Spanish top flight club said the clubs have agreed to transfer of 28-year-old Nigerian international Ademola Lookman, who is already in Madrid. And according to media reports, the deal is worth around 40 million euros, with Lookman set to become one of Atletico's key attacking additions this season. The Nigerian winger, who scored a hat-trick in Atlanta's 2024 Europa League final win over Bayern Leverkusen, has scored 3 goals in 19 appearances across all competitions for the Italian side this season. And to end the news, South Africa has reportedly emerged as the new host of the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, following claims that Morocco has withdrawn from its hosting duties. The announcement was made on Sunday night by Peace Mabe, South Africa's Deputy Minister of Sport, Art and Culture, during the Super League award ceremony in Johannesburg. The tournament, which also serves as a qualification pathway for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil, is currently scheduled to run from March 17th to April 3rd, 2026. And according to Mabe, the Rainbow Nation will step in to stage Africa's flagship women's football competition after Morocco's sudden decision to relinquish the hosting right. If confirmed, South Africa would face a tight preparation window for the expanded 16-team tournament, especially with the competition expected to be staged under a compressed calendar. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television Media Bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Hello everyone, my name is Obidiko Kafo and you are welcome to another episode of Triumph Against Odd podcast. Today we have a very special person, and he's one person who has taken his passion for, making the world a better place, and he has made it electric. And you'll be just as amazed as I am of how he's been able to, even though he was living abroad, he decided, let me come back home and do something that will not just impact the country, but also the continent. We have with us today Dr. Sam Faleye. And it's an honor and a privilege for us on Triumph Against Odd podcast to be with him. So just don't go anywhere. Let's get into this. It's nice to meet you. Honestly, it's an honor to meet you personally.
Thank you so much.
It's nice to have you on Triumph Against Odds podcast. Like I explained earlier, the podcast just focuses on, business people like yourselves, talking about, your stories, how you're able to, despite all the issues, resilience has pushed you and made you to go far. So I'll just, rewind it back, take it back a bit, to understand a little bit about, your background and everything. So my first question is, how did your background as a physician and entrepreneur in the US prepare you for leading an electric vehicle company in Nigeria?
Well, thank you for, thank you for the time. Basically, I think as a physician, a lot of the training is inbuilt in you to really be able to handle a lot of data, be able to have a lot of resilience, and the training is long, so you learn all these things. So a lot of physicians end up knowingly or unknowingly to themselves to be just natural entrepreneurs because a lot of training. But that is that in my own case, I just have always been interested in science, engineering, and tech. In fact, I had a very hard time deciding whether I wanted to be an engineer or a doctor. But I did medicine, finished in '91, University of Ilorin, and I went to the US, specialized in internal medicine, and also now specialized in this relatively new field then called clinical informatics, which is all the healthcare information technology in healthcare.
Yes.
So that's kind of my segue into tech, because a lot of people say, what's a doctor doing in this? That's just my own story, and that is kind of how, so I've always been in tech. And then I'm obviously getting involved in understanding renewables, loving the whole renewables idea, the need to save our planet, greenhouse gases, emissions, how that affects things. And so that's how I started getting involved in electric vehicle. I've been driving EVs since 2012. And the first one I drove, I said to myself, this thing is going to change the world.
True.
And, so I practiced for 5 years at that point.
Okay.
And I said, well, look, this is something I think is definitely going to work in Africa, because the climate story in Africa is not necessarily only about climate story. It's also how we are able to economically benefit from renewables. So that's how I got involved in it. So that's just my story.
You've called the African diaspora a key driver of the continent's future. What personal moment or realization sparked that belief for you?
Well, a few things. Interestingly, some of us ran out of Nigeria. You remember those days when they say Andrew is checking out. Okay, so some of us, we ran, because of the way things are. But when you really think about it, some very pivotal data. As at 2020, the IMF or World Bank released the data that every year $20 billion is remitted back to Nigeria. Okay? And then you could see how much of Nigeria's gross domestic product was going into the fuel subsidy.
True.
So it was clear actually that the subsidy itself was preventing Nigeria from achieving some things. Forget about the political, just look at the... So the truth is that now it's easy to see. Back then, these things were already there. So we were coming in knowing that, okay, look, it's only a matter of time. The government will be so broke that they cannot pay this thing. So it was almost a waiting game that we said, okay, while this is going on, let us go and start doing the work. So it took 5 years till we started manufacturing. It was not supposed to take that long. So you can say what were the challenges. Yes, we were supposed to have started manufacturing November 2023. Of course, a lot of challenges also came with the new administration, just how import licenses worked, the way tariffs worked, the way this was a new government. So a lot of things were different. You know, that also caused part of the, and then the fact that the government had pivoted to CNG. It's not that they weren't supporting EV, but the CNG was seen as a more direct path to at least bringing the cost down. So yeah, but again, you know, the ease of doing business in Nigeria is tough, but all of these things we already put in. We came to do this. So it's like you give yourself no options to fail, but a lot of times when you go into, you know, it doesn't matter. We were dogged. We said whatever it is, but of all those things, at least we had the funds to fund this. If not for that, I think yes, because the budget, you know, has changed a few times. But yeah, so, but you know, again, you have two options. Anytime you have a plan, you have two options. You can choose to look at the negatives, or you can choose to look at the positives. The one thing looking at the negatives will do for you is it will discourage you, it will weaken you, it will change your resolve. That definitely will happen. If you look at the positives, then you have, you know, you're optimistic. You say, okay, if we can get to this next point, let's get to this next point. Yeah, so yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier. Yeah, so that's just our own story. I'm not going to say things haven't happened, but look, you just have to. If you want to do something, you know, I know a certain percentage of situations would fail, but at least we were, you know, some of the percentage that at least we'll be able to achieve. You know, some people will succeed. So yeah, so that's just our own story. I'm not saying there are no challenges. There are many challenges. The economy, I'm sure you understand what the economy was 3 years ago, tough. Somehow people are maybe beginning to get optimistic.
Optimistic, yeah.
There is some optimism. You know, diaspora people are coming in to do things. The Nigerians themselves are not losing hope and doing things. That is Nigerians who are domiciled here. And again, I have a favorite saying, follow the money.
Follow the money. Yeah.
Always follow the money. By the time venture capitalists say they are investing more in Africa, okay, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay, by the time the government is encouraging, the government is spending in some positive manners, they are developing infrastructure. I just read where the Muritala Mohammed International Airport is going to get a massive, which is overdue. You know, this country is only going to develop economically.
True.
So I think economically the country has reached a nadir. And, you know, they say sometimes the only option is to go up.
Is to go up.
Okay, so yeah. So, you know, I mean, the challenges are there. But yeah, so it's a difficult environment to do business, but the government is also working to do things. You just have to, you know, go and work, and then things happen. We did not wait for things to happen. We just, even the road to our factory, we tarred by ourselves.
Yeah, very true.
So, but okay, what if we decided to wait? We'll still be waiting now. Yeah.
So then, still be talking from the beginning. What is one belief, now that you think about it, now that you reflect, what was one belief that you had at the beginning when you started Saglev that you had to either unlearn or evolve?
That's a very interesting question. But what is also interesting is when you are abroad, you hear a lot of very discouraging news that is not true. Okay. People will say, Nigeria, you have to pay 10 million bribe, or you have to, honestly, people might say, it's because we are bringing this innovation. Everybody wants that. But nobody has asked us for bribe in 5 years. What we have done is we make them understand this is what we want to do. Then they buy into it and they say, okay, look, at the end of the day, I don't know of any Nigerian out there that wants Nigeria to take steps back. So maybe other people have a different story, but I'm telling you, but this is what we have. So yes, we have not seen the kind of things. Now, is there corruption? There's corruption in the United States. Terrible corruption.
There's corruption everywhere.
There's legalized corruption actually in the United States. So again, that's one of the things. Security. Security is tough, but honestly speaking, our experience has not been, I'm not saying you should not be security conscious, but at the same time, there are very little things you do that you would do if you were in New York. Well, why should you not do it in Lagos? Should you be spraying millions of naira at a party and then you now go to, and if somebody comes after you because they believe there's just some common wisdom, should you be out every day at 3 a.m. at parties? So all I'm saying is that the security situation is overblown. Okay? Look, there are as many people succeeding in Nigeria daily. That's just things that, okay. So why is it that we are so eager to push the negative narrative? And I'm talking to diaspora people. Why don't you come to Nigeria, come and look? And look, part of it is I see people in diaspora that say, I'm going to Nigeria and I want to make it in 1 year. Where does that happen? Come here, study, learn, understand, make your plan, then execute. Sure. So again, people come and say, the things are going to happen to you because you don't even have you're not equipped with the appropriate, So again, a lot of things are learned, but some of the data that I like to show is very stark data that we don't automatically think about it. One example. 1 out of 5 black people worldwide are Nigerians.
Yes.
Do you know that? Okay. 1 out of 4 Africans are Nigerians, approximately. Okay. Now, if you take the whole of America and say how many Americans are criminals, I don't know what the percentage, but that have been convicted of a crime. Let us say 2%, 3%, right? So take 220 million Nigerians and take 2% of that. I don't know, let's not do too much math. You are going to find every society has, so you can choose to look at whatever percentages are criminals, or you can also choose to look at whatever percentage of those Nigerians are professors of medicine. Now, we know these Nigerians are some of the top educated immigrants into the United States. Yes. Do you know this?
Yes.
Okay. Look at medical doctors. Look at professors of engineering, science, you know. There are NASA engineers who are Nigerians. Okay. Now, think about it. Why are we focusing on, when you are focusing on the bad news, focus on the good news at the same time. And I'm not talking about Nigerians or diaspora, I'm talking about the whole world. So I think there's a little bit of unfairness there. While you're talking about the people doing fraud, talk about the success stories. So because when you're abroad, you start buying into these narratives. And I have to tell you, I was one of those. I was so panicked for many years about coming back. And yes, you know, there is the right time for everything. And when my own time came, but at the same time, you know, I asked myself, we have to be careful what you buy in. All I'm telling diaspora people is, during December time, buy your tickets. There is plenty of short stay. Get your Airbnb. If you feel you need security, get security. Come and look. And then, you know, if you look and you find out it's not for you, okay, go back. But your family here, help them to invest in the EV ecosystem. Help them to invest in, you know, contribute. It's not all diaspora people that will come back. But, you know, let's not perpetuate this story because it's an unfair story. And I think the government, you know, I'm not going to tell the government what to do. But I think we should be running CNN adverts. GSTV, Europe, Sky News. We should be running adverts saying, this is not true. This is what Nigerians are doing. So, you know, all I'm saying is, you know, yeah, but again, that's just my own lessons. You know, so the story on the ground is very often different. Very much often different.
So how did you design Saglev to be resilient and be able to, you know, you see all the challenges, but you are still able to build a company that is able to, you know, scale through whatever is in front of us?
So we are still a new company. We've just actually started operations in terms of assembling. So that is, the answer is to be determined. Are we resilient? Are we to be determined? We shall see. We can do all our best to be very frugal. Don't overdo things. Every program we have a pilot program and then proof of concept. Then we do it in all our lines of business, ride hailing, fleets, mass transit, private market. We adopt that model. We learn and then we reiterate, you know, and yes, so to be determined. You ask a question that is very much TBD, to be determined. Yes.
Okay, so how do you personally manage the emotional weight of leading a high-stakes, capital-heavy business when things aren't going to plan?
I don't think it's any different in this industry than any. Personally, how I do it is you need some amount of just emotional strength, emotional intelligence on how to deal with, and then try to absorb as much of the shock as opposed to your staff. So there are a lot of life skills involved in that. At the end of the day, you just have to deal with it somehow, understanding that the buck stops with you. So, you know, sometimes it's a good thing because you know, okay, I have to solve this problem. If we have a funding shortfall, if we have a challenge, if we can't clear things. So knowing that if I don't solve this problem, it's not going to get solved. So that is actually a good thing. So you just understand, okay, I got to hunker down and solve this problem. And then the humility to ask for help. Look, let me tell you, people who have dealt with me know I've called, I tell people I need a mentor. Anybody, when I meet a bank CEO, I tell them, sir, look, I need a mentor. Do you mind if I call you up? I don't know it all. In fact, I don't. By the way, I'm not even an industry in which I'm professionally trained, right? Yeah, so I think that's part of it. People know, at least the people I've interacted, I tell them, sir, can I call you up for advice? Can I? Yeah, because it's critical. You don't know it all. And if you are going to sit down in your own silo and not ask for help, you will pretty much die in that silo. Yeah, so those are the tricks, anybody that I feel is out there, I'm ready to ask for help. How have you handled this? So a lot of what we have learned quickly has come from people in different industries who know better. And as long as you keep, doing that, I think, trust me, I have no problem asking for help. It's just generic to what we do.
If you had no limits, regulatory, financial, or any other thing, what's the boldest move you make for African mobility?
Oh, wow.
If you had no limits.
No limits. Are you talking about financial limit or political
financial
rules?
limit, political, regulatory.
Oh, wow.
You had no limits. What is the boldest move?
That's very interesting. That's a question that's new to me, but I think I would mandate that there is funding for electric mobility.
Okay.
That's what I would do. Because there's no doubt that it's beneficial. There's no doubt that this ecosystem is self-generating in terms of jobs.
True.
Because I've started, I refer to it as an ecosystem. You have the EV, you have people who are going to build the EV, you have people who are going to train them, you have people who are going to do charging, people who are going to install charging, people who are going to monitor, then people who are going to market, people who are, it's just, so I think that there's important, and then look, this is a piece of technology, if you can call it a piece of technology, that is going to drop the cost of power by 80%. Where in civilization is that really happening? So that is my own is to make sure that, and there's a very easy way to do it. Look, I hope the people in banking will not attack me for this, but the average major Tier 1 bank in Nigeria is probably banking 1 billion naira a week. If my figures are right, okay. So I think the government should start telling them that, look, you need to have products that are financing, and I think they are starting to get some ESG requirements, but I think the government should start mandating. But the way to mandate it is carrot and stick, is to say, okay, look, we are getting ready to give you incentives, maybe it's a tax, but you have to fund in this industry. Because at the end of the day, banks do well in this country. So I think it's time for them to definitely pay. But again, don't let me attack banks unfairly, because I do not know of any major bank that has not called up and said, let's talk. How do we get involved in ESG? So I think, it's happening. I think the government can say, okay, look, this industry needs to be financed. Because in ride hailing today, you really can't make a definitively adequate income to raise a family by not using an EV. True. It's the only way.
True.
We have over 70 drivers who are waiting for, they want EV but no financing today in this one company. So, it is remarkable, but yeah. So those are, I hope those are adequate questions, adequate answers, but you asked a very, 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 very interesting question, actually. Okay. It's one that I probably should think about. Yes.
So before we wrap things up, I just wanted to ask, on a lighter note, what's the one talent that you feel that you have that you've not really explored, And then what do you do when you're not talking about EVs and trying to fix the African mobility ecosystem?
Very interesting. You should have invited some of my friends, because you have to ask them. They know me better, But I think that I just have a little bit of the talent for being dogged on one. It's like a different kind of, not ADHD, maybe autism. I just think I tend to stick to one problem and knock on it for longer than most people are prepared. I don't mind sitting at home a whole weekend and not step out of my house because something is bothering me. Maybe there is a particular problem, and so my mind will not leave that problem until I feel, and I don't mind spending. Okay, but again, it's my friends or the people that are closest to me that, and then maybe I just like to explore ideas. I don't mind exploring ideas. I'm just looking for ideas. My staff will I tell them, we are not leaving this boardroom today until everybody has contributed. So if you want to stay here for hours, stay here. Everybody needs to come up with, speak up. The only stupid answer is the one that was not asked. Yeah. So that's, but again, it's people that know me, work with me, and it also translates to the fact that I can get frustrated if, ideas are not, part of it is what drives me to say, okay, let's find a solution. So, that is the one thing, to be very, very dogged, determined, and not get, really stick to a problem, see to the end before you go on to another problem. That is what that comes to my mind.
Okay, so, but in terms of what do you do when you're not doing EVs?
So, I do a lot. As you know, I'm a private pilot. If I wasn't here and I wasn't practicing now, I'll probably be much more advanced in terms of, I love aeroplanes. I love anything mechanical. So I'm a private pilot. I don't fly here. I have a son who's a pilot too, so I probably will do more flying. I used to watch a lot of movies. I don't watch movies as much, but I love documentaries. I am a news addict. People know me that you come to my house, you're going to watch CNN until your head flies off. So, I play tennis. I've not been playing tennis for a long time, so I'm now a member of a Koi Club. I'm going to go. So those are the things I do. It's a little bit boring. I'm not the guy, I'm not the guy at parties every weekend, or it's just who I am. I'm not saying there's anything. It's just that, I tend to like to do my things, So that's what I do. What else do I do? Yeah, I like to, go around, see what's happening, even take a walk. Those are the kind of things they say, oh, that's too nerdy. You know what a nerd is? But look, don't forget, when you're a doctor, you've only done few things. There is go to school, and you have not done so many other things, and that becomes your life. Right? I am much happier pursuing an academic endeavor than, it's just what I know how to do, and that's what so for me, that is it. It's, the average person might say, oh my God, that's so boring. Okay, it's just what I know how to do. Right.
Okay, so on a final note, and this question for me is a question that packs a lot of things, but it's a very simple question. What do you wish someone had told you before entering into EVs? Something that might have saved you time, money, or peace of mind.
Oh, wow. What do I wish somebody... wow. I think so. Two things come to mind. First of all, is the level of interest of people to invest in something that has not been proven. Now everybody wants to jump into investing in this company, right? But we did not think we would have to completely fund this company by ourselves. We thought, oh, we'll get investment from here and here. So if somebody had told me that, listen, because venture capitalists want to make money, if the pathway to so that is one aspect. The other aspect is if somebody had told me we needed to do more work on funding buyers of lower level EVs, the ride hailing, because those are the EVs that are making an impact. Look, if somebody is buying a 200 million naira EV, they have options.
True.
So that particular EV itself is not really, that's a choice. That person can buy a G-Wagon and be driving it everywhere. But if you are able to fund somebody with a 27 million EV, that EV is much more impactful. So therefore, those EVs in those lower segments, we probably should have planned to get more funding early on. Now, having said that, realizing that has also allowed us to partner. There are a lot of banks who are now saying, oh, okay, look, we definitely need to fund this because there's a lot of business opportunity. Yeah, those are the two things. The fact that, funding, and then, look, now people see the pathway, right? It's obvious now. 5 years ago, I don't know of any VC that would have been interested. So that's why we just said, look, we're going to fund this company ourselves. Let's just go and start work. Yeah. So I think the reluctance of, look, people who are venture capitalists want to see, at that time it wasn't obvious, but now I think a lot of people are willing to invest in the EV ecosystem.
Okay.
As opposed to prior. Okay. All
Thank
right.
you very
Thank
much.
you so much for having me.
Having us here, and thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Sure, thank you.
We are happy to have you, and we look forward to seeing how we can
we should
continue
have more
collaborating.
conversations.
More
Particularly
conversations
where you guys come in is how to educate the population.
Very true.
There's a lot people assume about EVs that it's just not true.
Not true.
Yeah.
I totally agree. So let's see how we can keep this conversation going.
Sure.
Thank you very much. So that was it, folks. I hope you enjoyed this episode of Triumph Against Odds. Like we always say here at Triumph Against Odds, stay resilient and have a blessed week. Thank you. Hello, everyone.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? But bring these bad guys, make it hurt.
We Nigerians don't really appreciate what we have.
We are going local, exploring the makers and manufacturers of this industry, spotlighting the local industries and changing the narrative of the made in Nigeria products. I am Amanda Amosipure for Business Day Television.
Nigeria, blessed with milk and honey, and honestly overflowing with creativity.
If the Nigerian leather company, you do very well to pick me up to continue promoting the leather business. I don't see myself going back.
Welcome to Market Pulse, where we take you on surveys across markets in Nigeria to explore the true heartbeat of the economy.
Me personally, I've been here more than 10 years, but my husband has been here 22 years ago.
Let me just say more than 6 years now. More than 6 years.
Let's say 2 years.
This is my 23 years experience in a woman clothes.
Well, to be honest, I've not been into this very business for long. But for like 6 months that I ventured into this business, I think I've seen a lot of gain, and then I like it that way.
In a society where international brand names are everything, where people are sized up by logos and labels, the big question is, where does that leave our local brands?
We Nigerians, we don't really appreciate what we have. Like I do tell people, I have a friend who deal on electrical. Nigeria one is the best. And before they could able to know that this is the best, they pass many challenges. Why people think that when the names alone, the names like Turkey, some people don't even know what is Turkey and the local. Some people will come and tell that "Hey, I want to buy Turkey, my Turkey dresses. I have a friend who don't have fear of God. Sometimes he sell my products with local amount of Turkey. So some people work according to names. Turkey. Some people don't know it.
Now let me tell you, most people want to have that name. Like they want to have that name of someone that uses big bag. We have Pedra products, we have Chris Bella, we have Dior. Now when you see someone with Christian Dior bag, even though it is a made, the name, the brand name, you understand, will give that person that kind of momentum that yes, he or she is having something costly. You understand? But not knowing fully well that Nigerian leathers, Nigerian made leathers, they are very, very strong. It lasts for you. But all these foreign bags, they look expensive. They are expensive, but the guarantee, the year's guarantee, that's what we are looking on to. So I prefer the Nigerian leather to the foreign bag. You understand? But in terms of buying and business, the foreign one is okay.
Today, we hit the ground running at the ever-busy Balogun market, known for many things, but especially for its rich lineup of locally made products. From bags and shoes to adire and makeup, Balogun fathers all.
We sell adire material. We sell already made alongside Senegalese, because some of our dresses here we do travel to get some of our dresses.
We're into textile materials. We deal in so many fabrics such as George, crystal fabrics, luxury fabrics. We also deal in male fabrics as well. And if you want numbers of ashobis, we can get them for you. So
Nigeria's local clothing industry remains one of the most exciting parts of our creative economy. From ready-to-wear to bespoke pieces, designers are mixing Ankara, Ashoke and Adire with modern styles, serving culture, creativity and confidence all in one outfit.
Mostly we buy from Senegal, and then on the Adire stuff, we do travel to Oshogbo at times to get some kind of fabric that is Adire fabric. But if it's Ankara fabric as well, we do order for it. But on the norms, everything we are ordering that is particularly based on Ankara, we can easily get it here too in Lagos Island. So, and we have a lot of tailors that sew for us. We have Senegalese tailors here that sews for us. But the Adire fabric itself, we like people here in Nigeria, people here in Lagos to sew for us. Like me now, I do create my own designs myself. I draw my designs. Like this kind of stuff, this kind of dress now, I draw it, is my design. I'm the first person that made this design.
Actually, we made different materials. Most of our adire from Abeokuta, some are from Aguda, and majorly some of us we do make our adire too. Some Oshogbo, but as regards lace is imported. We buy lace from China, from Switzerland, then we made it for them. Ankara, same thing. The China people, they start making Ankara, so we get our Ankara from China, and there are some, Tessless is in Ikeja, we get Ankara from them as well. Nigerians, we make them. We have our designers that make our clothes for us. They do produce them. But I'm not trying to be biased, but the good lace, when we talk of lace, Swiss lace, is from Switzerland. Did you get it? There are some laces from other places, but mainly the good ones, not the good, the quality ones are from Switzerland.
well, we prefer to stock them because we believe that most Nigerians love imported goods. They believe like Nigerian goods are not like well, are not how will I explain it? Are not so good, and maybe they believe that we Nigerians don't have good quality. But funny enough, we do have good quality, especially when it comes to adire. Yeah, I love adire and I love to wear adire. But the only problem we have is bringing it into Nigeria. We can't bring it, so we'll make it here in Nigeria, and they make it in places like Ogun State, Oshogbo, Oshun, And I love to wear adire because it just gives you this different, unique vibe, and your styling too matters as well. So then, while these luxury fabrics, we bring them for most of our clients that want quality, like luxury quality, especially when it comes to weddings, birthdays, any big functions. And that's where people come in requesting that they want Ashobi fabrics. And they request for multiple numbers, like for example, 50 people, 100 people, and that's where we produce. And it just has this fine, beautiful class that this luxury fabric gives. Like for example, this is Swiss cord, and it comes in different colors. So you can tell me, okay, fine, Madam Lassis, I want this fabric, and we can produce for numbers of people that you want.
Okay, from Aba, we all know Aba in Abia State. Well, I'm a native of Abia State, so I'm very proud of my place. Aba, we produce things, we produce shoes, we produce bags, leather mostly. And most of them, when you tell someone that it comes from China, it will be very, very hard for them to not to believe, you understand, because they look alike. Aba products and China products, they look alike.
And in the middle of the hustle and bustle of the Adire market, it's pure vibes as every trader has a story. Stories of ups and downs, steady patronage, slow days, and resilience.
I'm speaking on behalf of every Nigerian. Our products, our leather, they are stronger than that of China.
The local leather industry is quietly doing its thing. Artisans are crafting handbags, backpacks, and corporate bags that can stand shoulder to shoulder with imported ones. Trust me, no cap.
What made me venture into this business is that when I started new, I had some motivations from my friend that I will make it here in this business. But we are with the leather in this product, in this business, leather matters a lot. You understand? So this business now, I was ventured into this business by my dad. He made me go into this business. And then the money, the business, I want to be a big man, I want to build a house, I want to buy my own car. Yeah, I want to make it in life. You understand? As a big businessman. That's one of the main reasons I ventured into this business. Let me tell you something. If the Nigerian leather company, you do very well to pick me up, to continue promoting the leather business, I don't see myself going back, because something that you love, something that you see yourself doing the most, you understand, when you get back up in it, you will continue doing it, you do it forever. But when you find out that nothing, you are slacking out, no backup, nothing, at a point in time, your mind will have to tell you that at least you're making fool of yourself. You need backup, you need something to push you up. You understand? So if the leather company, if they are seeing this particular video, I think they should make it up to them to take someone to promote their business. Now, China and all these foreign-made countries that are making these bags, they have people promoting their business. They are up to the task. They come up to it. They pay for it. They pay for the promotion. You understand? So why can't Nigeria do it that way? Nigeria can do better. Nigeria has the money. If Nigeria can kill corruption, take it up to them to make their things better. Believe me, everything will be better. So now I'm speaking on behalf of every Nigerian. Our products, our leather, they are stronger than that of China. We just need to make and give it a name. You understand that others will see and believe that it has a name. Now, person they give something name. So let us give our own product the name.
Nigeria's beauty industry has also seen a surge in locally formulated makeup products tailored specifically for African tones and our climate. From foundations to lipsticks and skincare, these brands get it. And as a dark-skinned melanin goddess, why wouldn't you trust people who actually understand your skin and the heat we deal with daily?
People do patronize the Nigeria product because it's a very good product and it's full coverage and it's matte finishing. Even if you have acne, the product, this goodie product, it will cover it. It does not break. That is it. Even if you are sweating, it will not break. And it's matte finishing. It does not even give you any reddish undertone. It's a very good product.
It's not all rosy though, with rising production costs, higher rent, and limited access to funding remaining a major challenge.
The first challenge is Is the rate, dollars rates, yeah. Because going to Senegal to buy some stuff like we do go to Senegal to buy like laces that is already made, and we're having challenges on the rates in order to pay for flights. And for us to buy goods, at times, if we want to change money, we used to have issue with that dollar rates. I think that's our major issue. Even in this country now, we have rate challenges. Like, let me just say, put it like that.
Challenges is like sometimes materials would be out of material because the material is imported as well. So sometimes we'll be like out of material. Sometimes we don't meet up the quantity we need. That is only challenges I myself personally facing.
I've faced a lot of challenges. Most times when customer comes, when you tell them the price of the bag that you sell, they will like to buy it below the cost price. You know, if you know that when you sell it below that cost price, you've lost. You did not gain anything, nothing, total lost. You understand? That's one of the challenges. And then the second challenge is that most times when rain is falling, we don't used to get customers. You understand? Most times you be in your shop, you only have to sell 3 times a day and sometimes 2 times a day. And that's very, very bad for business. So we're not praying for that kind of thing. We are praying for more customers, more business, you understand?
Many locals see patronage is improving thanks to Nigerians becoming more intentional about supporting local brands.
It's fine and it's cool. People do come to buy market very well here constantly because we do sell African wares here, and then most of our dresses that we sell, it's something that is you can easily to buy. You can, if you need any like houseware, we sell houseware as well. We sell free gowns. We sell something that you can use to work like Friday wears. So I think the patronage is fine with me. People come here to buy, most especially most UBA staffs. They are helping. Everything is fine.
It has been so wonderful. You know, this is ready to wear, so you might not have tailor challenges. Mostly what we do, we have varieties. We have lace, adire. So most of the challenges, I'm not going to say our challenges, but people that will come and buy from us, once they see what they like, they are ready to buy it and they wear it immediately. So you will not have tailor challenges. You know, most of our tailors, when we give them clothes, I'm not trying to, no, I'm just trying to protect my business. When you give them clothes, some will say 5 days, 10 days, and at the end of the day, they will disappoint. But ours is not like that. Once you are here, you are ready to go.
This episode tells a bigger story, one of a changing mindset, local pride, and industries that are not just surviving, but evolving.
I love Adire, and in as much as I would love to invest, but I don't think I want that now because I don't that's not my field. Adire is more is okay for people that sell Ankara, so it works for them. For me, it doesn't work for me because I don't know how to sell it. I can walk into a store and buy, but I can't sell. So I'm okay. I'm used to the ones that we sell, which is George, Swiss laces, beaded laces, any kind of laces you want. But Adire, I don't think I would like to invest so much in it. I can buy maybe for like 50 pieces for a few people that want. I might just stock up. I might use like 500,000 to just stock up a few for people that request for it. But I won't want to put so much investment in Adire.
What happened is this. Number one is the importation was very, very expensive on high side since after lockdown. So the importation was very, very high, and the shipping fee was so expensive. So for people in my country to meet up, so that is, and the tray. Sometimes it took me 3 months to have my items that I ordered from China or Turkey. So, but here, 1 week, sometimes some days. So That's the reason why.
That's it on this episode of Market Pulse. In a shocking twist of events, these traders recently had their shops demolished, leaving them stranded and on the streets still hustling for their daily bread.
We are not notified. They didn't notice us like they are coming, but they are just saying it's from the government. And I didn't even understand it. They just come just like that. We didn't even, nobody noticed us of anything. They just come one of a sudden and destroy all our containers. And even most of my goods, everything we are damaged. At least now I'm losing a lot. If I should calculate what I'm losing, over 5 million naira. Yes, over 5 million naira. Nobody compensates us. Nobody compensates us. Please, I'm begging the government, they should look into this. This is Lagos Marina, beside UBA head office. We are facing a lot here. You can see them. Look at our goods here. Look at my market here. Look at it. It was damaged. Even my containers, I cannot even get access to the container myself. They just come and demolish everything and just pack everything. So we really lose a lot here. So I'm wishing maybe the government can look into this very well.
We are just here and we had information that before we know, they say we should start removing our things, we should pack our load. We were watching and waiting. It was a surprise because they didn't even give us notice. So unfortunately, we start packing our load. From there, they now come and demolish the shop. We pack our goods, but we could not able to take our container away. They asked us to leave the container. So we tried to remove some of our goods. By God's grace, we tried to take some of the goods, yes. Last week, we went to miss our Excellency Sanwo-Olu. So we explained things to him. And I told us that we should go back, that he's coming to come and see the situation. So we are still hoping, believing that everything will be okay by God's grace.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's some, is it government task force or what, that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they meet His Excellency Mr. Sanwo-Olu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. When they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house, he drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occurred. So before they come back here, they left already. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes.
It takes a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do, is it not street? They are sending us to street. If somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself, they can do otherwise. So they should. We are pleading. They should try and know what to do for us, please. At least we pay. Nobody that's staying here that is not paying. Actually, it's a car park, but there's a lot of shops they created here. Then we pay a very good sum of money. And some of us just paid. Some paid in November. Some paid this December that just ended. So they should come to our rescue, please.
On the 31st of December 2025, the Lagos State Building and Control Agency came and they started demolishing our shop. They did not give us any notice. They did not present any order for the demolition. They just said it's order from above. That is what they told us. They give us, it was maybe hours, and not that they even give us hours, that they are destroying it from one end. So we are packing. Everybody was packing their goods. We went to the State House at Marina on the, I think that was Friday. That Friday should be on the 2nd of January 2026. We went there for peaceful protest, and luckily for us, we saw the governor on his way going out, and he stopped and attended to us, and he asked that what is the issue. We explained to him, and the governor assured us that we should be going. He's going to come down here. So I think as he was coming, he came here direct that day. So before we could come from the State House, the governor is already here. We did not know what the governor discussed with the LAPSCA agency working here on that very day, because before we came back here, the governor have already left. Although we submit our allocation and all our documents to the representative at the State House that we are legal here, we are not illegal. We were moved to here since 1999 when they wanted to build the Afri land at William Street, and they give us allocation. In fact, we just renewed our allocation with the local government. They give us 15 years allocation about 2 months ago. So we submitted the copy of everything to their representative at the State House. But till today, which is on the 8th of January, we have not had any feedback from the governor and from the agency. So as you can see, they have demolished everything. They sell all our container as they are building. They are demolishing it. People that are buying it are here already. So they sell everything. We are not allowed to even take our container that we did by ourselves. They said they cannot release it to us. So since then they have been doing the fence. You can see the fence. These are the fence. They are still working. But as we have no option, because most of us here we are just hustling, so we have no option and we have nowhere to go. That is why we are still inside the sun. We are selling inside the sun. As they are doing the fence, we are still selling to manage ourselves. What we expect from the government is that they should reinstall us here. Let them go through the documents we submit to them. When they go through, they will say everything are genuine. We are taxpayers. We pay dues. We don't violate any rules. So you get, let the government have mercy and pity us. And even till now, as I'm talking to you, they have not given us any reason for the demolition. Till now, there's no reason for the demolition. The chairman of the Nigeria Legion, who is in charge of the car park, came and he was asking that where is the demolition order that you people bring. They did not provide anything.
Stay tuned to Business Day Television for more updates.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And this is the Business Day TV news update to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, beer sales boosts international breweries revenue by 27%. And manufacturers' energy raw material cost surges 21% to 1.01 trillion naira. Pension assets closed 2025 at historic 27.45 trillion naira high. And oil revenue reels as NNPC remittance to FAC drops by 86%. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. The International Breweries PLC delivered a strong financial turnaround in 2025 as revenue climbed 26.8% to 620.1 billion naira, up from 489.0 billion naira in 2024, driven by higher beer sales volume and a
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. The International Breweries PLC delivered a strong financial turnaround in 2025 as revenue climbed 26.8% to 620.1 billion naira, up from 489.0 billion naira in 2024, driven by higher beer sales volumes and a gradual recovery in consumer spending across its major brands. While the cost of sales rose to 415.7 billion naira, this allowed gross profit to surge by 55.6% to 204.4 billion naira, reflecting better operating efficiency. The brewer returned firmly to profitability, posting a profit before tax of 85.1 billion naira the after-tax profit stood at 63.3 billion naira, while earnings per share rebounded to 38 kobo from a loss of 116 kobo. Total equities rose to 512.2 billion naira, and the company ended the year with a more stable footing for the future growth. And moving on, 8 major Nigerian manufacturers spent a combined 1.01 trillion naira on energy and raw material in the 9 months to September 2025, up 21% from 828.6 billion naira a year earlier, signifying the weight of rising costs on firms across cement, food, brewing, glass, healthcare, and agribusiness. Energy costs rose to 195.4 billion naira, while spending on raw materials and consumables climbed to 811.5 billion naira, reflecting continued pressure from high fuel power, and input prices. Companies such as Bar Cement, Bar Foods, International Breweries, and Nigerian Breweries all reported higher energy and material bills, while firms including Better Glass, Presco, Fitting Healthcare, and UAC also recorded sharp increases, showing the widespread of cost inflation in the Nigerian manufacturing. Industry leaders say electricity remains the biggest challenge as unstable power and weak distribution continue to push up costs. And still on, Nigeria's pension fund assets closed 2025 at a record 27.45 trillion naira, reflecting strong growth in savings and investment returns, according to data from the National Pension Commission. Much of the expansion came from retirement savings account funds, which together added over 3 trillion naira during the year. RSA Fund 2 rose to 11.52 trillion naira, while Fund 3 reached 7.02 trillion naira. Meanwhile, total RSA membership climbed to 11.04 million, adding more than 450,000 contributors in 12 months. Pension fund investments remained anchored in federal government securities, which grew to 16.33 trillion naira, and at the same time, exposure to domestic equities jumped sharply to 3.96 trillion naira, benefiting from improved stocks market performance and higher allocations. With rising equity exposure, stable government bond holdings, Nigeria's pension industry enters 2026 with a solid foundation for a long-term retirement security. And coming up, oil revenue reels as NNPC remittance to FAC drops by 86%. This and more after the short break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the news update. And still on the Nigerian scene, Nigeria's oil revenue slumped in 2025 after the Nigerian National Petroleum Company failed to remit most of its expected earnings to government coffers. Fact documents show NNPC paid 604.61 billion naira between January and December, and its 6% shortfall from the 4.20 trillion naira budgeted, while the collapse was worsened by the complete failure of a projected 3.25 trillion naira interim dividend, which accounted for most of the planned revenue. Profit oil earnings also missed targets, while monthly profits fluctuated sharply. Only August and September exceeded expectations before output weakened sharply in the final quarter. An expert blamed crew theft, aging infrastructure, underinvestment, and regulatory uncertainty as a shortfall strained federal allocations. And this intensified pressure on President Bola Tinubu's reforms and renewed concerns about Nigeria's reliance on oil revenues. And away from that story, the Debt Management Office, acting for the federal government of Nigeria, has opened subscriptions for the February 2026 FGN savvy bonds, offering returns of up to 15.356% per annum. And according to reports, the bond aimed to deepen retail participation in Nigeria's domestic debt market, providing individuals with a low-risk investment option following a similar issuance in January. A 2-year bond due February 11th, 2028 at 14.356% and a 3-year bond due February 11th, 2029 at 15.356% are available as subscriptions run from February 2nd to February 6th with settlements scheduled for February 11th. Units are priced at 1,000 naira with a minimum subscription of 5,000 naira, while the bond is tax exempt, NSC listed and backed by the federal government. In Ceylon, Better Glass PLC has reported a 154.5% surge in profits before tax to 50.66 billion naira for the year ended December 31st, 2025. Revenue reportedly rose 26.8% to 149.12 billion naira, driven by strong demand, improved production stability, and pricing across its beverage, pharmaceutical, and food packaging segment, with gross profits jumping 71.2%, while operating profit nearly doubled to 47.02 billion naira. Profit after tax climbed to 33.46 billion naira, while operating cash flow strengthened to 43.77 billion naira, with total assets expanding to 184.30 billion naira, reflecting heavy capital investment during the year. Management attributed the performance to disciplined execution and strategic investment, including the Delta plant's furnace rebuild completed in October 2025, reaffirming its focus on efficiency and capacity optimization in 2026. And to end the news, the Nigeria Data Protection Commission has revealed that the country's data protection ecosystem has grown into a 16.2 billion naira industry within just 2 years of formal regulation. And this was revealed by the National Commissioner and Chief Executive Officer of the NDPC, Vincent Olatunji, during a media workshop and capacity building engagement held in Lagos. The Commission says the growth reflects rising enforcement, compliance activity, and increasing confidence in Nigeria's digital governance framework, even though the NDPC was not designed as a revenue-generating agency. Olatunji explained that regulatory compliance fees and enforcement action under the Nigeria Data Protection Act 2023 have created significant economic value while also contributing to government revenue and job creation across the country. Coming up, South Africa's Shoprite estimates 10% earning rise after strong festive season. This and more after the short break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? a solo beat, or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. We now head to the African scene where South Africa's largest grocery retailer, Shoprite Holdings, says it expects... we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we'll bring you the news in details. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about.
And the South Africa's largest grocery retailer, Shoprite Holdings, says it expects second half profits for 2025 to rise by up to 10.2%, driven by strong festive season demand. The company projected that headline earnings per share from continuing operations would grow by between 5.2 and 10.2% in the 6 months to December 28. Group sales climbed 7.2% to 136.8 billion rand, with South African supermarket sales up 7.1% as all Shoprite food and non-food chains recorded growth. Outside South Africa, where Shoprite operate 272 stores across 7 African countries, sales were stronger, rising by 12.1%, showing solid regional momentum. Shoprite said it continued to outperform the wider grocery market by keeping prices low, with internal selling price inflation averaging just 0.7%. And also, South Africa's discount retail giant Pepco Holdings has reported a strong start to the year, with first quarter revenue rising 12.9% to 29.9 billion rand, boosted by recent acquisitions and solid performance in its core Pep clothing brand. Sales from continuing operations increased 10.6% in the festive trading quarters. Organic growth stood at 5.2%, and like-for-like sales rose 3%, with Pepco shares climbing 3.7% in early trade. The group's clothing and general merchandise division grew sales by 10.3% to 21 billion rand, supported by strong performances from Pep and its Brazilian operations, while furniture, appliances and electronics jumped 13.7% to 4.1 billion rand. While management acknowledged tough consumer conditions and intense competition, it said strong brands and its expanding fintech operations positioned the group for improved performance. And on the foreign scene, gold and silver prices are falling sharply in Monday's trading in Asia, extending a dramatic reversal after precious metals hit record highs earlier this year. The sell-off followed Friday's nomination of Kevin Walsh as the next chair of the U.S. Federal Reserve. Market broadly welcomed the move, pushing the dollar higher and triggering gold's steepest one-day fall since 1983. Asian stocks market also declined, led by sharp losses in South Korea, Hong Kong, and Japan. In Europe, mining stocks fell heavily, while oil prices dropped amid stable output plans and easing U.S.-Iran tensions. Analysts say profit-taking accelerated after months of strong gains, despite long-term support from geopolitical uncertainty, easing market fears, and a stronger dollar having the court's precious metal in the short term. And still on, the U.S. Treasury yields fell on Monday as investors reacted to President Donald Trump's decision to nominate Kevin Walsh as the next Federal Reserve Chair, replacing Jerome Powell. In early trading in the United States, the 10-year yield slipped more than 2 basis points to 4.214%, while the 2-year yield is to 3.514%. The 30-year-old yield also fell to 4.848%. Markets under pressure globally, with U.S. stock futures lower, Europe's stock 600 tracking losses from Asia, and gold and silver extending a sharp sell-off triggered last week. Attention now turns to economic data, including U.S. manufacturing reports from S&P Global and the ISM, alongside labor market indicators such as jobs and ADP, after the Fed signaled improving economic conditions and delayed rate cut expectations. We bring you the sports after this break. Welcome back, and now to sports. Arsenal beats Corinthians 3-2 to win the inaugural FIFA Women's Champions Cup, claiming a record $2.3 million prize, the largest financial reward in the history of women's club football. The European champions edged past the Brazilian side thanks to a decisive extra time strike from Caitlin Ford, securing a payout almost 4 times the €500,000 they earned for winning last season's UEFA Women's Champions League. Despite being heavy favourites, Arsenal were pushed to the limit by a spirited Corinthians side who had stunned US champions Gotham FC in the semi-finals. Arsenal's superior depth eventually toed in extra time as Ford squeezed the finish in at the near post to finally break Corinthians' resistance and seal a historic victory. And to end the news, Super Eagles and Brentford midfielder Frank Onyeka is set to complete a loan move to English Championship leaders Coventry City ahead of transfer deadline day. The 28-year-old Nigerian international has pushed for an exit this month after struggling for regular game time at Brentford, where he had made just 9 appearances across all competitions this season. Transfer expert Fabrizio Romano confirmed that Coventry City and Brentford have reached an agreement for Onyeka to join the Sky Blues on loan or to the end of the campaign, with an option to make the movement permanent in the summer. Onyeka's involvement at Brentford has been limited, managing only 88 minutes of Premier League action and starting just once under interim manager Keith Andrews. The defensive midfielder could make his Coventry City debut as early as Wednesday when the Sky Blues face Oxford United. And this is where we wrap up the news. Up next is Behind the Headlines. To stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.